All right. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the live stream wrap up event and follow through for the USA Let Women Speak tour, which was 11 cities across the United States. You are here again today with the amazing Kay Yang, who has been my co host throughout this entire event. And myself, Amy Sousa, we are so excited to have you today. This is going to be kind of a party style. We're going to be having a lot of special guests today. We're going to be taking some call-ins and conversations from you all. But we want to start, and I'll let Kay Yang introduce it, but this is going to be our last premiering of the promo that we have used throughout this tour.
Yes, and it's going to be just a little bit of a homage to the tour, a send-off, a thank you to Kelly J, and just kind of bringing that energy again for a minute. And it's the last time you're going to see it live, but it will be on my backup YouTube channel, which you should subscribe to, because I'm going to be uploading some videos there soon that have been banned off of my main YouTube. So this is there as well. So I'm going to roll the video, allow women to join us and get onto the stream. And then you'll be hearing from Amy and I in just a minute. Oops. This is Kay Yang, and you're watching the Let Women Speak Speakers Corner USA Tour featuring Kelly J. Keane of Standing for Women UK.
If you would like to assist us in making this documentary, which is not about a few people sat down having long interviews, it's about real women doing things to try and stop the erasure of their rights and the mutilation of children's bodies. It's about the ordinary women that became activists through this, there's lots of stories to tell, and I'm happy for all of them to be told, but the story that we're going to tell here in our documentary is the story of ordinary women doing extraordinary things when they were pushed to extraordinary depths with this.
I want to thank all of the women who have been organizing. Obviously, a big thank you to Kelly J. Keane. This is for her documentary that she is doing across the United States. These are all of the dates that are coming. If you can make it to one of these cities, please do your best to get there. This is an opportunity for all U.S. women to share their voices. This is a chance for us to really revitalize and give a strong foundation to the activism that we have already been doing.
If you're in the USA, it is really easy to give towards this documentary to make your American women's voices heard, as well as those in the UK and in Europe. This little bit of history and uprising belongs to the brave women and girls who were standing up against this absolute tyranny.
This is about safety for women and girls. This is about defending children, and this is about future generations. We know that this is all leading towards transhumanism. This is leading towards a world of tighter top-down control and control of women and our reproductive systems and our biology. And we will continue to speak out against it. We will continue to name these things, and we will continue organizing across all of our political differences for our goals. For more videos from me, subscribe to my channel, The Deprogrammer on YouTube, and subscribe here to the Known Heretic channel to join the watch party as we live stream every stop on Kelly J's tour. We'll be linking up with women on the ground in every city to bring you live interviews with your favorite fearless female warriors and highlight the voices of women across the country who are standing up against the destruction of female sex-based rights in the name of gender identity laws and ideology. Join the live chat and connect with other women. We'll take your calls and platform your voice live on the show.
This is Speaker's Corner. This is a tradition in the UK. Unlike here, we don't have a right to free speech, and you're losing yours here in this country through hate speech laws which are coming. So what we've decided to do, because women face an existential crisis and the bodies of our children through the threat of transgender ideology, we thought we'd come to the very heart of where it's being sold to Americans. Through your schools, your children are being gaslit, coerced and manipulated through your doctors, through your very, very well-funded pharmaceutical industries. And so this is how we run it. You come and say what you want, because you're finding in your places of work, you can no longer say that you don't want men in your spaces. You have to pretend that women have penises. You have to pretend that it's brave and stunning for girls in this country age 12 to have double mastectomies. So, if you want to speak, you come and speak. Speak really nice and loudly into this microphone so everybody can hear you. If not you, then who? If not now, then when?
All right. Thank you all for joining us. Good morning. Actually, it's only still morning on the West Coast. It's 2 p.m. over here in New York. Good morning to women all around the world. I see that we have some women from the UK here. I saw that Rex was here. So we know that we have sisters joining us from all around the world. Greetings to you. Thank you for being here with us. Amy, do you want to, should we start with some intros, or how do you want to do
it? I just want to say, I also want to just echo Kay Yang. Thank you everyone for being here. We're so excited to have everyone. This 11 city tour was really just such a historic event. It was such a great success. U.S. women organized and stood up alongside Kelly J. Keene and her Speaker's Corner idea. We stood up in Los Angeles, San Francisco, Portland, Seattle, Austin, Chicago, Loudoun County, Miami, DC, Philadelphia, and New York City. And I just think that is so impressive and amazing. I think every United States woman who was part of organizing those events should be massively proud. I know I'm massively proud, and I really want to just thank Kay Yang for your organizing, and thank you for being part of these live streams. We have so appreciated having these watch stream parties. We really wanted to create an atmosphere of participation for all women. We wanted to create a place where you could share your thoughts and your voice and call in and speak and be with us, even if you could not be on the ground with us. So I really want to appreciate you all as well. So yeah, let's start with our intros, and I just want to send up and I'm sure not for the last time. Oops, wait. Damn it, I had it up and now I put it down. Hold on, wait. I have to get this. I have to read this bio, although I could of course always speak off the cuff about Kay Yang.
Amy, real quick, while you're pulling that up, I just wanted to know in the chat, I see that it's someone's birthday today. It's Asia's birthday over in the UK. So happy birthday to Asia. I don't think she's here right now, but she might see this later on. And she was one of the incredible women that was featured in the Adult Human Female documentary. So if you haven't seen that yet, check it out. There's so many incredible women on there. It's a really great device to use to peek people with. Send it to everyone you know, and we can watch that in the meantime while we're waiting for Kelly J's documentary to come out.
And I want to say there was some conversation about that in the chat. I made a guesstimation because I wasn't quite sure. And Iris, who works with Kelly J. Keene, has come to give us the exact deets on that. So this whole, of course, 11 city tour was to form the basis of a documentary. And so that the trailer is going to be released by the end of December. And the full documentary will be some date to be decided in January.
Yes, and let's thank Iris. I want to thank you. Well, I know that you're here. Thank you for all of the hard work that you did, Iris. For those that don't know, she was behind the scenes the entire time, coordinating with us, with women all over the United States, and with Kelly J, and making sure that everyone had the details that they needed to know so that we could all work together. Thank you so much, Iris. Your work is deeply appreciated, everything that you do.
And I want to, I'm going to intro Kay Yang, and then we are going to bring up our co-organizer in New York City. I want to say that I just want to say quickly, we have some women who are waiting in the background. So just so you women who are waiting know what's going on, we're going to briefly talk to our co-organizer, Amanda Stuhlman, and then we are going to bring you ladies up. So I know Arlene and Amy, you are waiting in my waiting room. There is a private chat on the right if you want to share anything with us before we bring you up. And now I have found the amazing document with my notes to intro the amazing Ms. Kay Yang, who is the creator of StopFemaleErasure.com. She is the writer, filmmaker, artist, and activist behind the Deprogrammer. Kay Yang exposes the intersections of corporate, government, nonprofit collusion driving the transgender rights movement, which is a smokescreen for the massive social engineering and propaganda war being used to facilitate female erasure in language and law on a worldwide scale. So her work connects the dots between the normalized practices of child sexualization and proliferation of biopharmaceutical transhumanist technologies, and frames these agendas as foundational to the colonization of the female body and female reproductive control. This is so important. So Kay Yang's perspective is uniquely informed by her past work uncovering the money behind the co-optation of direct action-based environmental resistance movements and indigenous land struggles, as well as by her experiences indoctrinating youth with gender identity ideology in the New York City public schools while working at an LGBT nonprofit funded by the New York State Department of Health. So as everyone knows, Kay Yang is our very favorite whistleblower, and her research and documentation on this issue are just really not to be missed. If anyone did miss it, she recently did an interview with Benjamin Boyce that was fantastic. She goes over so many great things. I watched the interview twice, even though I listen to Kay Yang all the time. It was really powerful. And she said, Kay Yang has a real way of framing things that I think is very useful to any of us who want to speak out well on this issue. I think her language, using the language that she uses, is so important. So thank you, Kay Yang, for being here today.
Wow. Thank you, Amy. Thank you so much for that amazing introduction. I really appreciate it. Thank you to everyone who is giving support in the comments. I appreciate all of you. It has not been easy being a whistleblower on this issue. I've faced a lot of lashback, most of it in my personal life that none of you are aware of. So a lot of background backlash. But I am going to keep speaking out. I'm never going to stop speaking out. And I am hoping that we have more whistleblowers begin to come forward speaking about their experiences working in LGBT centers, pushing this indoctrination in schools. I'm really hoping that, as time moves forward, more people will be emboldened to speak out. So I'm waiting for them, and I'm trying to make some space for them in the meantime. Amy, I want to thank you for everything that you have done, not just with this tour, but all of your work, everything with Let Julie Swim, helping me with the United Nations protest last year, all the work that you're doing, your hot takes on Twitter all the time, which are awesome. I'm not too big on Twitter, but every time I get on there, I just go to Amy's profile, and that's how I know what's going on, because I see like what she's talking about. And I just really want to thank you, Amy, in front of everyone, for encouraging me to be more public with myself and my work, for inviting me to co-host the tour live stream report backs with you. It's been a really excellent way to get more comfortable putting myself out there, because as you know, I was doing everything anonymously for a few years. So Amy really helps me to feel emboldened and empowered to speak out. And Amy has a degree in theater from NYU, the Tisch School of the Arts, and an MA in depth psychology. That's why she's so smart. From the Pacifica Graduate Institute. Amy's graduate and postgraduate work focused on creative imagination and eco-psychology as a basis for building embodied awareness and psychological integrity. She spent 15 years in the New York City public schools, working with students on self-esteem building, conflict resolution, anger management, and peer mediation. Her work and research background gives her a unique lens to form a critical analysis of the concept of gender identity, the problem with the curriculum that's now being taught in schools, and the harms that this indoctrination does to the psychological health of our children through dissociating them from their own sense perceptions. She uncovers the very real safeguarding issues engendered from teaching the values of identity concepts to women and children. And of course, she is one of the most important women's rights activists in America today. She is an educator and facilitator whose work focuses on embodiment, boundaries, intuition, instincts, and sense perceptions as an internal authority building practice. And I love all those terms, and that we're all getting more comfortable understanding them and knowing what they mean thanks to a lot of Amy's work. Of course, you can follow her on Twitter at The Known Heretic, here on YouTube. Subscribe to her channel because I know she has a lot of stuff coming up that's not related to the tour. She has a lot of her own work coming up. Her website, littleredreverberations.com. And just thank you so much, Amy, for all the work that you do and everything that you have been familiarizing with and taking your expertise and really distilling it down and making it accessible for the rest of us who don't have the same training as you. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Kay Yang. All right. Well, ladies, we are going to move in. We're going to be starting off this wrap up follow through event. We're going to make the last first. We are starting with New York City. Women who are in my waiting room, we're going to bring up, just so you know, Amanda Stuhlman, who was our amazing co-host of the New York City event, co-organizer, now a co-host of this event. And those of you in the waiting room, if you want to be in the private chat, if you need to let me know anything, that is on your right-hand side. So all of you who are waiting, we have some amazing women waiting, just so everyone knows. These are all going to be women who were there and in the New York melee, which was crazy, as everyone knows. So today, even though that was the last event of the tour, we are going to put that first in what we are speaking about today. But welcome, Amanda Stuhlman of Keep Prison Single Sex USA. Kay Yang, can you welcome Amanda?
Absolutely. Welcome, Amanda Stuhlman. She is the USA Director of Keep Prison Single Sex. It's a UK-based international organization. Keep Prison Single Sex campaigns for the rights of women in prison to single-sex accommodation and same-sex searching. Keep Prison Single Sex also campaigns for data on offending to be recorded by sex throughout the criminal justice system. And Amanda was one of the incredible organizers also for the United Nations protest that we did back in March. Thank you, Amanda, for all of your work, and welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you for hosting this. This is great to be doing a roundup. Wonderful.
So Amanda, do you want to, I don't know if you want to start with a little bit of, I think I'd love to hear back just a little bit about your thoughts about our event, your thoughts about what it took to organize. I don't know if you want to go into every single hoop that we had to jump through to make that event happen. Probably not. But if you want to highlight some of the challenges maybe that you had, and also maybe some of the successes of the event. I know we would also like to hear a little bit more about your work with Keep Prison Single Sex, but I think we should maybe keep it on the event first. Kay Yang?
Yeah, that sounds great. Amanda, why don't you just go ahead and start?
So I think we were both the beneficiaries and whatever the opposite of that would be, being last on the tour, in that we had a preview of what was happening elsewhere. So we were able to be a little more alert perhaps for what we might expect, but also it seemed like as the tour went on, protesters kind of got themselves worked up into a bit of a frenzy. So we had kind of both sides of that going. As to the former, I think it made all of us on the organizing team, which is the three of us and then two others who I think are perhaps joining us later on, it made all of us really mindful of the absolute, no questions asked need for very active involvement of the police, of obtaining really top-notch private security, which massive thank you to Kay Yang for marshaling that. We were very concerned about not just doing, sorry to use the phrase, but kind of a rent-a-cop, and we're really wanting to get recommendations. And I know a friend who might be here today. I haven't looked on the YouTube to see if she's in the chat, and I don't know how public she is. So if she's public, I'll let Kay Yang say, who provided a recommendation, and Kay Yang ended up going through many rounds with different security companies to get a group who knew what we were doing, who wouldn't bail at the last minute when they were faced with complaints or oppositions, or someone's cousin's kids saying they weren't comfortable with it, that they'd be with us through the event. So that was a huge part of it. And I would say, aside from that, the bulk of what the organizing was focused on was the location and trying to balance safety primarily, but with public exposure, with wanting to have, it's a movie, something that looked good optically and had some punch in terms of the description. We were on Broadway. It's a thing, right? If you're doing a movie. So a lot of our
well job on creating the drama. All those extras that you got to push against the barricade was incredible.
Yeah, thank you. I'll be sending the bill later. Yeah, they did good. So that was where most of our efforts were focused, was really on like location and trying to balance all of that, which, despite what happened, what everybody, saw, and that Kelly J wasn't able to get through the hordes, I would say it was successful. Even so, it certainly demonstrated, Amy, as you like to say, the opposition telling on itself. Like that was, wow, that was documented. So at a minimum, in that regard, it was clearly a success.
Yeah.
Amanda, do you have a moment that you can point to during the event where you were just like, what the hell is going on?
It's really hard to pull out just one of those. I feel like, and I've gone back and I've watched the videos, and it just feels like there's one of those after another after another. I would say that having women and gay men being spit on and being subject to body exposure and being subject to simulated masturbation, just the absolute lewdness of that, and the language that was simultaneously thrown at women, thrown at gay men, was just obscene. And the repeated nature of that from the start, right? I mean, before the event even started, there was pushback on the barriers, and that language started from the front. And for anyone who has watched Amy known Heretic's live stream of that, you can see it right through to the end as you all were walking to the garages. So I would say rather than just one moment, it was 3 hours nonstop of that.
Yeah. And Amanda, you're a New Yorker and you've been politically active around issues outside of this. Have you ever seen anything like that before in New York City at a protest?
No, I've certainly seen scuffles between groups and police, but I've never seen scuffles like that, which were between peaceful event holders who required having a layer of security, a layer of police, a layer of a physical barrier, and still a group of people on the other side going absolutely bananas for 3 hours. No, never seen that.
Yeah, it was quite shocking. I've also never seen anything like that. And for context, I've protested in New York City literally hundreds of times around so many different issues across multiple decades. And I've never experienced that type of lashback before.
Yeah. No, and same. I've been not just a participant, but I've also functioned as a legal observer for protests, which include anti-war protests, which include the Republican convention in, I think it was 2004. I think it was in New York, over a variety of issues, and I have never seen that sort of tangling between one-sided. From one side of a group like that.
Yes, so it was very important that the legwork was done in liaisoning with the police, and Amanda was our key organizer who was doing that. She was absolutely incredible, coordinating with them, sending emails back and forth, making sure that they had all the documentation so that we could defend our right to be in that space. Right. And she really helped to establish an open, clear line of communication with the police, which really helped because regardless of how you feel about the police, and I have my own politics around that, but it doesn't really matter how we feel about them. The reality is when we're doing a protest like that, we have to work in direct communication with them. And Amanda did an excellent job with that. So shout out to you for that. And for anyone who hasn't seen it, our friend Thistle Pedersen from Women's Liberation Radio News invited myself and Amanda Stuhlman onto their show. It's available on the WLRN YouTube, and it was also part of their podcast from November, I believe, their wrap up. So you should go and listen to that if you're interested in learning more about the work that was done liaisoning with the police and why it's so important from two different perspectives. It's very useful for anyone who is interested in not just organizing an event, but participating in one as well. So check that out. And thank you to Thistle, and also thank you to Jenna DeQuarto for putting that together and making that a featured part of their latest production.
And one thing to mention about that, which is no matter how much legwork you do, things can go awry. And I mean, as one example, Amy Sousa, I know, had multiple conversations in Port Townsend with the police in advance of the Let Julie Swim event. And even so, the absolute just abuse and police neglect that took place there is hard to imagine. But Amy really couldn't have done any more efforts to coordinate with the police, and still that happens. And in New York, where we had very specific arrangements about what would be there and be available for us, something happened in Midtown early that morning, and it drew a whole unit of police who were supposed to be there away, which is, I've seen some people put in chats and on various videos questions about why were people allowed to make noise? Why were they allowed to just stand there and push back? Technically, they weren't supposed to be able to do that. If you don't have a sound permit, you aren't supposed to use amplified sound, which the protesters were outside of our barrier area, which could be seen and heard on the different videos of the event. The police simply didn't have the people available to both help maintain the barrier and to start issuing tickets to people or pushing them across to the other side of the street. And it really wasn't until, I did a very bad job keeping track of the time during the event, but I would say 45 or an hour into it before they had enough police power to start enforcing those.
Yeah, and even, and I think, I mean, yeah, the Port Townsend police really shamed themselves with how they worked our event. But it was interesting, even in New York, and I think the police did an incredible job. I'm really happy with how they ended up behaving. But even in the beginning, they were going to situate us at one point with the barricade in front of us and our backs to the street, and you really were useful in negotiating and pushing back and making sure that they were not going to put us in a more dangerous situation than necessary. They didn't want us with our backs to that fence. They wanted it the other way around, and that really would have been very immediately detrimental to us. We would not have been able to hold space for as long as we did if that had been the situation. Go on.
Kay Yang gets the credit for the pushing back on that in the moment, but that raises another issue about things out of your control, which is our main contact at the first precinct was off that day, who was supposed to be there, and at the very last minute we learned was not going to be there that day. So some of the specifics of the arrangements were a little bit in flux as we got there, and kind of had to be rehashed out and reworked when they'd kind of been set up already in prior discussions.
Yeah. And also, I heard in the beginning that I heard the police multiple times telling those who came to protest our event that they were not allowed to assemble in a way that was blocking the sidewalk. And I heard them saying that multiple times. You must disperse. You must disperse. You are blocking the pedestrian sidewalk. And unfortunately, I think my supposition was that there were not enough policemen to arrest that many people and put them in trucks and whatnot, because eventually they had to close down that subway entrance. Rather than removing those the people who were blocking it, they closed it down so that people would have to go around. And I thought that was really unfortunate that they were in a way that the police had to acquiesce to that in some ways, because I was really hoping at first that they would ultimately not be able to assemble in front of us, because it was a walkway. It was a pedestrian walkway.
And that was the idea, that wouldn't be an option available. But again, given the size of the group of protesters and the unexpected limited numbers of the on-site police, that was a bad combination at the start.
And I do just want to point out something that I was thinking about after all of it happened, just reflecting on it, because I spent a lot of time at the original Occupy Wall Street in Zuccotti Park. And I witnessed many times when the police would bring out the like orange plastic barriers and kettle protesters and do mass arrests. And I was thinking to myself, well, I witnessed that happen against peaceful protesters during Occupy Wall Street. And then when we were at this event in front of City Hall, these people were anything but peaceful. And I wonder why they did not try to kettle and do mass arrests there. I can only assume it was to avoid what would have become a PR nightmare for New York City, given the amount of LGBT and especially T nonprofits and organizations that exist in that city. I think they were trying to avoid the negative attention. All that said, there were still 9 arrests, which I think is a pretty big deal. And it did show some of those TRAs that, you can't do anything you want. There are going to be some consequences. And I have to say, when I go back and watch some of the footage, you can see on some of their faces that they're almost shocked to receive a consequence. Like they thought that they could literally do whatever they want and beat women and spit on women in broad daylight. So I'm glad that there was some arrest to show that, no, actually you can't get away with that. And Amanda, I don't know how much time you have to stay with us on the call. I know that there are some really awesome guests waiting in the background to join us. So I want to make sure that we're respecting all of their time because I know everybody's busy. Lots of people are sick right now. Can you stay with us or are you going to have to leave soon?
I can certainly stay with us through the first part planned for all the New York folks. So whether I'm up front here or in the back, happy to do that.
Great. Kay Yang, I was thinking, let's bring on everyone at first, and maybe we can do just a tiny bit of popcorn with people having their own comments about the event. And then I know we want to give an opportunity to women to give their speeches because, as those of you know, most of the women who were in attendance did not have an opportunity to speak. The whole point of the tour was to let women speak, and women did not get to speak. So we want to give women that opportunity, but I want to bring everyone on and maybe we can popcorn a few thoughts about everyone's, some other people's thoughts about the day. Okay, so I'm gonna bring people on. I think I can have 10 people on all at the same time. So welcome, Ms. Arlene. Welcome,
Arlene.
Amy. Welcome,
Hi, Amy.
Tina. Welcome, Ms. Yvette, and
Yvette.
The amazing Ms. Karen Davis.
Special guest Karen Davis in the house.
So welcome to all of you, and thank you so much, everyone, for being here today. We so appreciate it. Oh, I love this so much.
Arlene, let's start with you because I see you just had someone join you.
This is my sister Annette, my twin. We kind of drove down there together.
Oh, I didn't know you were a twin.
Yeah, the only reason I was able to get down there when I did is because we drove down and she stayed in the car while I tried to join the group. And that was going to try to join us too, but it was just crazy by the time we got down there.
Wow.
So it was
wild.
But she's
so
on board.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, definitely. But just listening to you guys talk right now, one of the, I have a lot of thoughts, but one of the things I was thinking was I was amazed that there were so few arrests. I really believe if this was any other group, there would have been mass arrest. And I think everyone, but the police in particular, are caught off guard by the just the meanness and the vileness of what we're up against. Yeah. I don't think people really appreciate it. I think they think the ladies are just fighting. You know, I don't really think they get it. So, yeah, I was really, really surprised that there were so few arrests. Surprised, but not surprised at the just the vitriol. Glad that a lot of regular people got to see it when I was talking to a lot of the private security and kind of explaining to them what we're dealing with. When we were walking back to the car, I told some of the cops, I said, do me a favor, tell people what you saw here today. You know, they all live out in Long Island. So I'm like, when you go back to the suburbs, you let them know what you've seen here today, what's going on. And we literally, as I said before, had to have two cops walked us all the way back to, I think, Warren and West Broadway, with someone following us the whole way. Because the cops kept looking back and saying, I see him every time I turn around, they turn around. So they're going to follow me all the way back to my car. No problem, though. I'm a gardener. So if they had come mess with me at my car, you know, they'd have gotten a pitchfork in the thigh, a hoe in the head. It was like, come on. But yeah, it was an incredible day. Incredible.
Wow. Yeah. Thank you so much, Arlene, for sharing your reflections on what you witnessed. And Annette, well, would you like to speak and share what you witnessed or what your reaction was to when Arlene came back to the car and told you what was going on, or were you watching the live stream?
Sure. Thanks for letting me comment.
Thank you.
We were on the phone back and forth, so I didn't really see the horrible pictures until I got home. But I mean, I'm just blown away. I think, and I saw a lot of cops. I drove away from the area, and I saw so many police. But that type of, you know, when they were pushing the barricades forward and all those police had to push the barricades back. I mean, well, I don't think any other group would have gotten away with doing that and not gotten beaten over the head and arrested for disorderly conduct or anything. And then when they were walking away and they were threatening the gentleman, the older gentleman, and, you know, getting in his face and spitting on people. I mean, this is COVID times and they were allowed to spit on people. I mean, you know, I've seen cops operate. NYPD cops are usually much more aggressive with any type of thing that they don't like. So I was a little disheartened that they didn't arrest more people because the message that then came, and I'm sure you guys saw some of the media, CBS News and others, you know, were talking about this, you know, the tone was like, we don't understand what this little argument was. And I mean, it was a group of women who were trying to talk and they were attacked. And if not for the cops, I think you guys really would have been physically, you know, attacked and beaten up and your signs taken away. And, you know, you would have had to disperse and run away. You know, they were there to really break up, you know, a protest, which is, you know, you're right. So, but kudos to everybody that was there. You guys were brave. And the next one, I'll be there front and center.
Yes, that would be amazing. I would love you to be there with us. And thank you for bringing Arlene and holding the vehicle down so that she could join us, because I wasn't sure that Arlene was going to be able to be there or not. And so when I saw her run, like come through the crowd, I was like, oh my God, yes, like, yes, reinforcements.
But let me tell you, when I first tried to get into the area, they wouldn't let me in. I guess that's good. I could be anybody, you know, I could have been a plant that was trying to come in and mess with you guys, but they were like, no, you're not getting in here. So then I had to get some people to vouch for me and they let me in. But yeah, that was unreal. Unreal.
I mean, the last thing I'll say is that their reaction and their reactions, I mean, I don't know if you saw what happened in Edinburgh just a couple of days ago where they wouldn't let them show a film.
Right.
Their reactions are bringing so much more attention to, you know, they almost are, I hate to say it, the best PR campaign for the gender critical people out there, because they are just so virulent and hateful. I mean, you saw the guy, the coach ambassador who was threatening people, and they're getting our message out for them. This is what we are up against. This is who's coming after us just because we want to talk and say who we are. So I think, if anything, it piqued a lot of people, that protest. That's why I'd be willing to get out there again with anyone who wants to, and have another one.
Well, we're going to go down the block. I'm not feeling well, so probably next week. We're going to go down the block to Harlem School for the Arts, because all of a sudden, American Girl comes out with this puberty, this American Girl guide for 3 to 12-year-old girls about puberty and all this kind of stuff. Next thing you know, they're partnering with Harlem School for the Arts down the block to do a toy drive. So, I mean, this stuff is diabolical the way they work, so you do that, and then you come up to a kind of a needy, they're not poor, but you come to a arts place up in Harlem, Black folks. I can't remember the author who wrote the article about trans Black people being used as avatars for trans and gender ideology. But that's the first thing I thought about. That's the place where you go, oh, sure, we'll do your toy drive. And they're not even looking to see why these people coming to us. So we're going to walk down there. I'm going to try to find some of the board of directors, and I'm going to find the president of the place and say, why are you guys partnering with a group that's pushing puberty blockers on kids?
Wow, are you going to do that today?
No, not today. I'm not feeling well.
Say, live stream it.
Yeah, but I'm going to get down there sometime next week.
Good for you. I'm glad that you're doing that. It's so important that we be, resisting wherever we can, especially locally. And just like what you're saying, where you see they're targeting children, they're targeting the Black community. So speaking out against that, I think, is extremely important. Arlene and Annette, we're going to keep you on the live stream. Stay with us. I know you're not feeling well, so if you need to go, of course, go ahead and do that, but please stay with us as long as you can. I want to switch over and introduce one of our special guests, Karen Davis, because I'm so excited that she's here with us. Karen, welcome. I wasn't sure you were going to be able to make it. This is amazing to have you here. For anyone who doesn't know, you must be living under a rock, but Karen Davis has a YouTube channel called You're Kidding, Right? So much great content there. Really great. I especially like listening to it when I'm busy doing stuff around the house. It's like something to listen to and hear what's going on, hear about Karen's thoughts. Her perspective is very unique. She is a musician. She's classically trained with 10 years of classical piano. And she majored in acting and psychology at New York University. And she is got an incredible singing voice, which you will hear if you go on her YouTube channel, in addition to incredible gender critical content. So welcome, Karen Davis, to the live stream.
Thank you. Thank you. I really want to commend you guys for your courage on at the New York City event. I was behind you. And, so I was following in your wake, and I really, really wanted to catch up with you. But between the cops and the trans minions, it was very difficult. I could kind of see you from the back. So I was like a block behind you. And, what you were able to do, like the way that you guys were able to hold the line against these, violent people that were literally baying for your blood in the streets of New York City in full view of the police. Honestly, it is so inspiring and so moving to me. I mean, just like towering admiration. And when I saw your videos, it was like, wow, they're able to keep their cool in the midst of all of that. That in and of itself was admirable. And then that, like, you didn't run and nobody lost their temper. I was just like, wow, this is this is amazing, because it was terrifying and infuriating.
Yeah.
So I would understand either response. It would have made perfect sense to me. But the fact that you remained calm, cool, and collected and determined to speak, with minimal support from the police and with a bunch of angry, crazy people screaming in your faces, I think that was just absolutely magnificent. So one of the things that stood out to me is also the lack of arrest. And it got me thinking, I've worked for the New York City Board of Ed. And so I've spent a little bit of time dealing with New York City institutions, but kind of at a remove. And I know that as a public school teacher, we were always under-resourced and overextended. And so I tend to think of people who work for New York City institutions compassionately, right? It's like they probably don't have enough money to do what it is they need to do. They probably don't have enough people to do what it is they need to do. They've been put in these impossible situations, and they usually, really try to manage the best they can. But since I've started looking into, trans issues, I no longer have that same kind of benign perspective. And I don't know if you guys know, but in New York, your business can be fined up to $250,000 for misgendering. If someone is misgendered at your place of business, you can be fined up to $250,000. Women don't have the right to single-sex restrooms in New York City. And I recently found out, I talked about it on the channel, that the mayor wants to put drag queens in public schools, right? He's all for like drag queen story hour, art hour, whatever the hell hour in public schools. And this program has actually been funded by the mayor of New York City. And so I'm thinking the reason there weren't more arrests is possibly not because the cops wanted to make them. Well, maybe they did, but I'm sure that the cops were told that they could only arrest so many people. Mm-hmm. I wonder if there was an arrest cap and they reached that cap, because I've read that they arrested somewhere between 9 and 11 people, depending on the account. And I wonder if that was the cap, if that was the limit. If the mayor said, look, you can bring in the 10 worst, and then that's it. Don't arrest anybody else.
Yeah, that's a good question, Karen. Go ahead. Continue.
Right. And what that would say to me is that the powers that be in New York City were perfectly willing to allow women to be collateral damage so that, trans could run the street, literally. Because the cops did not act. And when Kay Yang was grabbed by the hair by that gentleman that we saw pleasuring himself, that's assault. And it was done in full view of the cops. The guy was simulating a lewd act, again, in full view of the cops. And he was not arrested. And I just wonder if they had already reached their arrest cap. And, they were like, okay, we got our 10, we got our 11, whatever. You can't take anybody else in. That's what the mayor says. When what was his name? Martucci took off the shirt, and then the woman next to him also took off the shirt, and they were screaming at women. It was like, so this is public nudity, or it could at least be called that. And here we are again, no one's getting arrested. So what that says to me is that essentially trans is running New York City in terms of women's safety. And clearly, trans does not, well, I was going to say trans doesn't care about women's safety, but I think that would be inaccurate. I think that trans actively seeks to undermine women's safety because it scares women and it keeps us quiet and it keeps us from complaining. Which is why I think we need to do these things as often as possible. But also, as I've discussed on my channel, we also need to protect ourselves. I would hate to see someone get a traumatic brain injury or someone lose their hearing from getting hit in the head with an egg or anything else. But I think it's very important to be aware that if the cops' hands are tied, they won't protect us. And I think it's important to be aware of that in all of these instances. And so one of the reasons I say stay strong, ladies, at the end of every video is because this crap can be extremely disheartening. It's like, we are citizens of the United States. We are also entitled to police protection, regardless of what our political opinions are. And that's supposed to be the case, but apparently it is not. That's unjust. Yeah. And in the face of this injustice, it's very easy to lose heart and to say, okay, well, forget it. It's impossible. Look, these women are getting beaten up here. Look at this guy. He's screaming at people. The cops aren't doing anything. I'm not going to involve myself in that. It's too dangerous. You got people getting thrown offline, people getting thrown out of their jobs, people getting doxxed and harassed and stalked and all this madness simply for speaking out. Not for encouraging acts of violence, but simply saying men can't be women, women can't be men. And all of this lunacy befalls them. So it can be very easy to just throw your hands up or say, well, I'm not really for that, but I'm not getting involved in this fight. I need my job. I don't want to get beaten up. So I believe it is indeed very important for us to kind of shore each other up as much as possible.
Yes.
Because we, as sane people, as people who know that men can't be women, it's been made very clear by our government that we're not to be protected, we're not to be taken seriously, and if anything, we are to be harassed and physically assaulted. So it's like we live beyond the grace of the state in certain ways, and so we have to support each other in this fight. And I think it's unfortunate that we're no longer entitled to state protection because of our political ideas, but I think it's really definitely something to keep in mind. That said, I just want to add one more thing. That said, in one of the things that I'm grateful for also is that I got a chance to talk to some trans activists, and I videoed some of that. It's very interesting because I really didn't expect the people to parrot the talking points the way they did. And it was actually inspiring and kind of heartening in a way, because I realized they have no arguments. Because when you talk to a person and the person repeats the talking point, it shows the hollowness and the shallowness of their stance. And so, as infuriating and bizarre as those conversations were, I could see that this is not, it's not well thought out. It's an emotional attachment, and it would be great if, and I don't foresee this happening anytime soon, but it would be great if there could be like a turf trans debate. I think that would really be interesting.
I volunteer to debate any TRA. I think we need more debate and open conversation, and that is, it's very clear that they're seeking to shut down open conversation. They don't want us to be heard. This is why all the noisemakers and the effort, the length's gone to silence us.
Right.
And for those that don't know, because Karen brought up the Mayor Eric Adams of New York City and how he wants to put drag queens in every school, in elementary schools. So the New York City Hall where we were at is actually where Mayor Eric Adams' office is. I did try to do a couple Eric Adams is a groomer chants, but there was so much going on, it didn't really pick up. But Eric Adams is a groomer. And the New York City Hall is a strategic location for protests. So Karen, maybe we can talk a little bit more about that outside of this live stream, for ideas for future protests and coordinating in New York City, because I know that that's something that you are interested in being more involved in. And I do want to show briefly, I'm going to add to the stream I want to show Karen's interaction with the man who ripped my braid back, because it is truly shocking and it deserves to be seen over and over again. So I'm just going to make us small, and I'm going to try to get the sound up here. Say it. Your nation, your name, your... Let's see. Repeat it. I think I have to refresh it. Bear with me for just a second, folks. Repeat it. Did you say it? Your nation, your name, your address, where you live, who you see. I can post that. Did you just really? Yes. So you're gonna dox me so the fucking goons can harass me? You miserable piece of crap, you. This is what you operate on. You operate on threats because you are a man impersonating a woman, and you know that you are a man impersonating a woman. You see this? This is public masturbation. Why are you allowing this? Why aren't you arresting him? You'd arrest me before you arrest him for masturbating in public. This is what our mayor allows. It is reprehensible. Repeat it. Yes, repeat it. It gives me such a feeling to witness that video. One, it disgusts me to see the behavior, but two, Karen's response in the face of this disgusting, abusive, misogynistic man who is being sexually harassing her on the street. Her reaction is so strong and so clear. I appreciate it. It's so refreshing to see that type of resistance. We don't have to make ourselves small. We don't have to be quiet. We don't have to shirk away in fear. We can be boldly resisting the way that Karen demonstrated in that video.
And this is a man, by the way, who harassed us at the NYC event as well. Karen has gone, I think her camera froze for a moment. So she's not in picture right now. I hope she can hear us, but this is a man who harassed Kay Yang, yourself, and Karen, and those of us who were all at Jennifer Law's event in New York City in March. This man then showed up at this event to continue to harass women. So this is a person, this is a man who goes around gathering, basically goes to women's events. He shows up at women's events to harass women.
Yes. So I was trying to find the video from Jennifer Law's event, but I don't see it right offhand. I know that Karen has uploaded at least one video where you can witness this same man harassing us back in March. Now, during that confrontation, I'm sorry, can women mute if you don't mind? There's a lot of background noise. So back in March, in front of Jennifer Law's event, this same man who grabbed my hair at the New York City event, he was confronting myself, Karen Davis, Joey Bright, and the other women who were outside. And at that time, he threatened to rip the hair out of my effing head. And then, of course, when he saw me in New York City at Kelly J Speaker Corner Tour, he made good on that promise. And the first chance that he got, when the barricade was pushed in, he reached right over and grabbed my head. So this is a targeted harassment. This man knows who some of us are, and he sought us out. When he saw me there that day, he started calling out to me, trying to get my attention. Of course, I was ignoring him. I'm gonna show you've probably already seen this, but let me see if I can show. I'm not sure how to get it bigger. Okay, so I just wanted to show that because I do think it is important that we be exposing these men. We still do not know who he is. We're still trying to identify this man who assaulted myself, who cornered Karen and masturbated in her direction. And I know that there was another woman at the event who is not public, but she also said that this man put his hands on her. So if you know who this man is, he's also harassed Jen Ziggin, who is a New York City based lesbian and organizer and activist. So if you can identify this man, please help us to do that. I want to now switch over into welcoming our other guests. We have 4 women in the stream who haven't been welcomed yet. I want to welcome Gina Hoke from Denver, Colorado, Amy Crete from New York City, Yvette Neri, who is joining us from Albuquerque, correct? Mm-hmm. And Madeline Geraldine, who is also joining us from New York. Welcome to the stream, women. It is so wonderful to have you. Amy, how do you want to proceed?
I would like to talk to Gina since she received some specific hate. Then of course I I think maybe we'll talk to Madeline, and I kind of want to do Amy last because I want to lead into serendipity, I think, after that. So maybe we'll do Gina and then Madeline, then Yvette, then Amy, if that works. So Gina, welcome. Those of you who follow her on Twitter, Gina Hoke was at 3 of the events. She was at the event that was canceled in Portland. While she was there, her group was attacked with pie and abused and pushed to the ground and clobbered. Gina was also in Tacoma, which was another very violent event. We have a very hard time getting police to represent us at all on the West Coast. It's the Pacific Northwest specifically is a challenge. Gina was spit on, put into a position where she was forced to defend herself, was followed to her car, and this continued, of course, for her because of her celebrity / notoriety in the TRA's world. She was targeted in New York. Gina is a longtime activist. Gina stood beside us in Washington, D.C., protesting Biden's EO. Gina stood beside us protesting the UN, and she stood beside us in Atlanta protesting Leah Thomas. So she has been a long-time women's rights activist, also an activist in women's rights. I don't know what lactation rights. I don't know how you specifically term that. But thank you, Gina, for being with us today. And I don't know if you want to share a little bit about your experience throughout the tour, and in New York specifically.
Hi, everyone. I'm a little sick today, so I apologize. My voice is raspy and I'm coughing a lot. So
yeah, I think we're all like been in and out of sickness recently, so no worries. Thank you for being here.
Of course. I think that New York was a little bit surprising for some of the reasons that were already pointed out, mostly the fact that the cops were on scene and still let so much go unchecked. I was really surprised at how much abuse they took. And so that would probably be what, stands out the most in my mind, other than the fact that I was spit at. That was the second. The violence against us, and then the lack of action by the police, even towards themselves. They were spit on too. They were abused. They were pushed, shoved, kicked. I don't know what else happened to the police, but they took a lot of abuse.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I want to I think your perseverance in continuing to show up for these speech events is absolutely to be commended. I think that, you have inspired so many women. And I really want to appreciate you for speaking up for all of us, for going on Tucker Carlson, speaking on behalf of women and girls. That was just so amazing to see. And I really appreciate you.
Thank you. I don't know what else really to say right now. I did want to point out the targeting a little bit. I think I'm still disillusioned with the fact that our government pretends Antifa does not exist, and they are coming to every city to attack us and just try to shut us down. I don't know how many people do know, but they came to my home when they flyered my neighborhood, put pictures up of me, and said I'm like a dangerous person, to protect their trans kids and stuff from me. I think it needs to be taken more seriously. These people are dangerous, and while I do admire aspects of NVDA, I've behaved in NVDA manners before. It's kind of different now. I think if you aren't willing to defend yourself or be attacked, you have to know that you're likely to be really hurt. I think that we can't say that enough, because I don't know if women really understand how dangerous it's getting out there for us. And I don't want to see anybody get hurt unless they know what is possible.
Absolutely. Self-defense is a basic human right, and self-defense is extremely important for all of us, for all women who are resisting this violent, misogynistic agenda that we are seeing, and not just in America, but this is a global agenda. Violence against women in all forms is increasing, not just for women who are speaking out on this issue, but we should note that the more women speak out about this issue, the more violence we face. So it is very serious when we're going out there onto the street. It's important to know what you're up against and to take precautions, whatever that looks like for you. It is up to everyone to make their own choices about how they want to defend themselves, or if they want to. It is very important that you think ahead and put yourself in the position of, what would you do if what happened to Gina happened to you? Go watch that video and think to yourself, what would I do if that was me? Because also, I want to commend you for your extremely quick reflexes. I mean, I can't believe how you were able to ward off the attacker in Tacoma. It was like, she was so brilliant, because she didn't move at all until the exact moment that the person moved back and started hawking the loogie. And it was such a quick response. Her instincts really took over and protected her, and I was really impressed by it. Thank you.
I would just say, listen to your instincts, women, really, because I knew it was coming, and I have no other way to explain it than I knew. The hairs in the back of my neck, everything in me, I knew that. Mostly, actually, the man here, if you look on the video, it wasn't the person that actually hawked the loogie in my face and I defended myself with a sign, but the man right here, he was scaring me. And I knew there was something happening. I didn't actually know at that time that he was holding pepper spray, or that he actually pepper sprayed me at the time, until I believe it was you, Kat, that pointed it out in the video. And I watched it, and I was really surprised. Let's just leave it at that. And I knew he was a threat, and he still kept coming at me after I pepper sprayed him. He was in the crowd following all the women back to our vehicles. So that man was super dangerous, and he was probably one of the lead organizers that got people to actually aggress on us in Tacoma. So
I really appreciate you saying that, Gina. And what Gina said about instincts is so important, especially because we are ideologically facing a movement and a dogma that is all about dissociation. It's all about cognitive dissonance, being outside of your body, being separated from yourself, and about denying your instincts for sex recognition, denying your sense perceptions of what you see and hear. So there is a massive attempt being made, not just to believe this doctrine, but to dissociate us from our sense perceptions and from our bodies. So it is so important when you do this work to be present, to be present to your instincts, to be attentive, to be aware, to have body awareness, to be aware of what is going on around you, and to be grounded in yourself. And that is why I do remind women gently that this work, this on the ground work, isn't for everyone. If you are still in a trauma response, if you are still in a space where you're dissociated and triggered, this might not be the right work for you, because this work really demands that grounding and that presence in our embodied awarenesses. And I do really commend Gina for just being so present to that and being a really good model of what that looks like. I think that was a really great model that you showed us.
Thank you. I know there's a lot of people that want to speak, and we have a lot going on right now, but if you don't mind, I wanted to read my short speech from New York City. I was actually in San Francisco, Portland, Tacoma, and New York, and that was the only place I got to speak, and it was so crazy that I would really like to finish it.
Yeah.
And it's short, I promise.
We would absolutely love to hear your speech. I'm going to put you on the solo layout, and you start whenever you're ready, Gina.
Thanks. And I'm reading off of something that's not exactly how I would have preferred to do it. So my apologies if some technical difficulties arise. So I didn't get a chance to speak in 3 cities. I traveled to speak in Portland, Seattle, Tacoma due to either threats of violence or actualized violence. I didn't know when I joined Kelly J. Keene's USA Speakers Corner that I would end it with a discussion on violence against people who exercise free speech. The violence against us, mostly women, some with children, some disabled, some elderly, this violence was called justified. It was excused, it was laughed at, minimized, and we were victim blamed. Oh, it's just pie. Oh, it's just silly string. But what really happened? Punches to the heads, mothers running to protect their children, trans supremacists arrested for assault, violation of demonstration regulations, resisting arrest and other charges. We were spit on, had projectiles thrown at us, grabbed, shoved, pushed to the ground, all for knowing that women don't have penises, for saying no to men in our spaces. Women, everyone, but especially women, have the right to defend ourselves. No one cards their attackers, especially in a country with over 60 school shootings carried out by students this year alone. These students were with well-organized men who came with reinforced knuckled gloves and pepper spray, who threatened online to throw bricks at us. That was in Tacoma. Women have to hire security to speak in public, to say that we don't want men or boys in our rape shelters, women's prisons, our competitions, or in any space created and intended for women and girls. Why should we be afraid to say this? Why does this make us Nazis, fascists, racists, or any of the other horrible labels forced upon us by trans ideologues? My family came here. Oh, and that was it. Sorry, I was about to read another part, but that was it. That was it. I just wanted to be able to say that again without being interrupted and screamed at and called names. And thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Gina. Thank you for sharing with us. A really powerful speech. The fact that you were in so many cities, you saw so much, you were so resilient And even despite facing violence in several cities, you were perseverant and you came to New York. The second I was like, we want you there, you're like, all right, I'm going to look for a flight right now. I'm like, all right, perfect. So we appreciated you so much coming to join us, being there with us as a colleague, but also as a friend. Thank you for everything that you do. And I know that you're not feeling well, so I don't know if you're going to stay with us. Hopefully you are. Can you stay at all, or do you feel like you need to get going?
No, I'd love to stay. I'm happy to, hang out and listen to all the women and answer any more questions if anyone has anything specific for me. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you so much, Gina. And yeah, and if anyone has specific questions for any of the guests, including Gina, please drop it in the chat and we will try to get to all of those questions. Let's, for right now, keep moving though, because there are so many great women here and we want to give everyone an opportunity to speak. Amy, do you want to move ahead? Oh, we can't hear you. Hold on. Let's unmute Amy. There you go. Try again.
I would love us to introduce Madeline, Geraldine, and I don't know if you have an intro for her, Kay Yang, but Madeline was at our event. I know, Madeline, I think this was your first event, and I don't think you got into our event, but I was curious. I want to hear from you, and I want to hear maybe a little bit about what it looked like from the outside and what your thoughts were as being one of your first events like this.
Yeah. Thank you so much for having me. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Madeline. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you so much for being here. It's so amazing that you could join us.
Thanks. It's really an honor to be in this space with all of you giants, to me. So I'm kind of just like walking into I feel like I'm backstage at like my favorite show and I'm crashing the party. I'm like, okay, I'm here. I love you guys. Like, thanks for having me.
Wow, thank you. And you might be new to all of this, but I could tell the moment that I first heard you speak on this, I was like, oh, she's one of us. Like, bring her into the fold quickly.
Thank you. So I am new publicly speaking on it, but of course, I've been on high alert of gender ideology since like 2015. But let's start at New York though, because I was like, okay, finally, I feel like I finally heard of something, where I can like actually show up, because so much of this is like, what do I do? How am I going to like do something? Mm-hmm. And it was just the right timing in my personal life where I was like, let me go here. Like, okay. So we show up and we drove in and I have my kids, my husband's driving. He's just going to drop me off. Right. And my kids are in the back and they're going to like go to a playground. So I of course, didn't want to bring my kids anywhere near. Like I knew it was going to be nuts. I didn't want to bring my kids anywhere near. And I do think this is an important part of the story is that we're from New York. Like everyone that we know in New York, we can't reach out to them to like watch our kids, you know what I mean? Because of gender ideology, like because of our stance on biology and reality. And so, yeah, and our being labeled as transphobes, there's no one to call to watch our kids. So we had to like do it this way. And it all kind of worked out, but it was nuts. So I pull up, I remember seeing it was 12:34 as we're like pulling up. And I go like, all we could say was like, we can't see the women. Like all I could see were the protest. I mean, I call them like kind of rioters, all like literally hovering, you know, it was like in my mind's eye, it's like this dark cloud kind of thing. And then we were like, where are they? Like, they must be behind the fence. So if you know the, geography of the space, you're like, they must be like on the lawn. Like they have to be like safe, Of course, no, but you couldn't see any of you. And then there was like this tiny deprogrammer sign that was like sticking up, and that's all I saw. And I was like, no, this is like a half hour before it was even supposed to start. So I get out of the car and there's just like screaming, and I go up to the cops and I'm like, I'm with the women, and they're like, there's no way we're letting you in. And then the cops like, go talk to one of those guys with the earpiece in. So I like, I tried a couple of ways, and then I come back to try to, get behind the barrier, like, which in retrospect, it's almost like nuts, because, you could feel the impending kind of violence just building, but I was like, I have to be with the like, there's women behind here, like people who I love, admire, who are here for such a righteous cause. You can't even see, I couldn't even see you, like literally never actually laid eyes on any of you. But I did see Jennifer Law, and she was being like screamed, like they found her, and she was being screamed at, like all the names in the book, like right in her face, and mostly women. And then of course men like behind them, like screaming at her face. And I was just like, I kind of just like went shoulder to shoulder with her, and I was like, no. And then they were like, we don't want you here, go home, every name in the book to me. And I like look, and then I hear my husband, like he didn't leave. I didn't know he didn't leave. Mm-hmm. He was just like, whoa, like, so he was just, so this is New York, downtown New York City. It was so nuts that we had an enormous van just sitting on the street, and nobody was, our cops were not bothering. My husband just sat there right in the middle of the road, hardly pulled over, because you could see kind of from this angle, like where we were. And like it was that crazy. And then you see, that's so.
Yeah, this is the footage I just pulled up from your Instagram, Madeline.
Yeah, so this is when I just saw Jennifer Law, and someone recognized her, and she got behind the barricade. But I knew, like, now that I've been ID'd, like I'm totally not safe on this side, oddly enough. So I ran back to the car. I was happy to know, my husband was still there with the car. But also I was, if you can see how far I'm standing back, I was concerned because our kids were in the car, like, which was not part of my plan at all. So I have to really reiterate, like, my kids really should never have been there and blah, blah. But they were in the car. And so my husband goes up and he just takes a shot or two. And I'm like, okay, let's go and regroup. And we just start driving around the block, and we come back around the block the second time. More cops had showed up. I mean, we saw, before we left, like, we saw the barricades being lifted, and I saw, like, people standing on top of the subway thing. And it was incredibly violent. And like, I think I said, but I've never seen anything like this in New York. You never see like two groups of, like one group of like violent people coming up against another group. Like the only things that I've seen in New York is the people versus the cops. Mm-hmm. So this was like completely unprecedented. And it's like, from this video, it's like, it doesn't do it any justice at all. And the surreal life of, and this is a great metaphor of what it is to be aware of the dangers of all of this ideology, is that all of this danger is going on one side of the street. On the other side of the street, just on the other side, people are like getting their coffee from Starbucks and going about their lives completely unaware. Mm-hmm. And that's the metaphor of what's happening. And there's only a few people who were like going about their lives that showed any curiosity of the violence that was happening on the other side of the street. So interesting. So then we got in the car, and I was like, we just have to circle, basically. And then maybe there'll be something we can do. I don't know, but I couldn't leave, we couldn't just leave because it was so concerning. We were happy to see more cops showed up. When more cops showed up, I happened to be driving by and I see KJK alone talking to police. And I thought, that's one of the other craziest things I could ever imagine. Like, this woman has death threats out by these people over here who are already showing signs of violence. They're already lifting police barricades. Like, they're not even afraid of the cops, not afraid to do anything violent in front of them. And then KJK's like totally alone, and I would think they would know who she is. So I jumped out of the car at that point, and then I basically just stayed with her for the rest of the day, or the next hour and a half, of like kind of deciding. She was deciding what to do. So I jumped out of the car. She's talking to the cops. They're like, "Oh, go talk to this other cop," and that means like for her to cross the street again, and I was like, she's a target. There are death threats out for her. This is her protest. Like, she organized this. She's a target. And they completely, of course, ignored that. And it felt like I've never felt so kind of naked in a way. So that the level of like kind of, any one of them could have seen her. And obviously they were out for blood. Like, that was clear that it was about hurting, harming, physically harming women. Like, clear as day. They did it. We have it on footage. That was one of the most disturbing things. And then, of course, the cop. I think probably everybody has heard KJK's like side of what the cop said to her and stuff. And he was just like, basically like, really dismissive. And then I was like, at least can you escort her to a taxi or something? Because anybody in this group could see her and attack her. And of course that was a no. And they're not gonna sacrifice their men for that. And that was disappointing because it was, because that they're not really taking these alarms seriously, so when you say like, this woman is a target and there's no registering that, it's only after the fact that people the cops will come in and do something. Like, it has to, like, they have to first hit her or something. Like, you can't just get one cop escort to the taxi. So that's kind of the insanity of being like on the ground kind of thing.
Yeah, I'm glad you pointed that out, Madeline, because a similar thing happened in Madison, Wisconsin, where there was a permitted speakers corner organized by the Sisters for Sisters conference and Courage Calls to Courage speaking event. And we were permitted to be there, and the police were basically refused to do anything to help us have the space that we were permitted to have. The TRAs, the trans rights activists, and the so-called Antifa had completely taken up that space, were preventing us from being on the steps of the state capitol where we were trying to speak. And myself and Jenna DeQuarto from Women's Liberation Radio News, we were liaisoning with the police, and we had body cams on, so it's all recorded. And we were basically told that they weren't going to do anything to protect us, and they would do something if violence broke out. So we would have to wait until one of our women was assaulted before the police would do anything.
In Port Townsend, we have we requested FOIA cams of the cop cams, and we have the cop on his own camera. A woman is coming up to him saying, "Hey, women over there are being attacked. Old women are being pushed to the ground." And the cop says, if they feel unsafe, they should go home. That's his response to literally women are being attacked over there. And he's like, and there's like 6 cops he's standing with, and they just keep standing there doing nothing. It's mind-boggling.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I was not surprised by that exchange at all, because it has been clear, I think, from demonstrations that cops are there to protect property. They don't necessarily are not necessarily, and not to go, divert into another, but yeah. So if it's a storefront that's getting like bottles thrown at it or something like that, arrests are going to be made. If it's a woman's body, if it's a human being, somehow, we're having this problem in society of like registering that. And I truly believe that people are very highly desensitized to violence against women. Should something happen to one of us and people see it on video, it's not going to like push our movement that much more forward. I don't believe that people viewing the violence against us is going to be the thing that, has us win this. So I do hope, hope that everyone.
No, it's insane. And these, that one of the things that I like to point out, and it's disturbing to point it out, but these are porn addicts largely who are already getting off on the most violent, degrading, rape, choking, spitting. They are already using violence against women as their wank fodder. And, there are men on Twitter right now, it's very disturbing, but who are using the videos of our events saying that they are the quote unquote best cream pie videos they've seen. So there are men bragging right now about getting off on the violence against women that has happened at these very events. So, I think there are general public who are being awakened by what we're showing and by these TRAs telling on themselves. But I don't think, for them in their own minds, showing them their own behavior is not giving them any kind of awakening. They get off on this.
Right.
Another good point was just the devaluing of women and how protecting property is more important than protecting the safety and autonomy of women. And this speaks to the fact that underpinning the trans rights movement is a global restructuring of the world's economy, one that is based in and relies on the erasure of women's rights in language and in law, and also the exploitation of our female reproductive biology. So this is all connected, absolutely makes a difference. And it looks like in real life, women not being protected, not just by police, but by bystanders, by other men in society who maybe in the past would have stood up to defend an act of violence against women, maybe now are not doing that, in part maybe due to some of the desensitization that Amy was just speaking about. And yes, we are all being desensitized to violence against women in its many forms. Madeline, I don't know how long you can stay with us. Your speech was amazing. I listened to it on Instagram. Your husband, Ted, sent it to me. Also, shout out to Ted for following along with all of my work. And I think it's because of him that you and I were connected. So it's really great to have him as a supporter. If you can share some of your speech with us, could you stay and maybe do it in just a little bit, or do you need to do it now? It's up to you.
Oh no, I have time. Yeah, I could do a little bit, or maybe like a synopsis later.
Okay, great. I want you to do that, and I want to keep you on the call. Go ahead, Amy.
I just wanted to, I don't know if you saw in the chat, in the speakers chat, that Arlene wanted to share something that related to one of Madeline's points. So I wanted to give her an opportunity to add that comment before we go on.
Perfect. Great. Thank you. Arlene, please share with us. Let's take you off mute. There you go.
Okay. I guess it goes back to our insistence that anything having to do with women is just devalued compared to anything else. Annette and I are constantly having conversations with family. We have a huge family. Every time someone comes to visit, every time we go to someone's house, you know, we probably bore them to death because we will not get off this topic. But anyway, we were talking to a cousin, a male cousin who came from Portland, whose girlfriend had a stroke last year. So he's been trying to, she actually moved back home with her family and she's going through rehab. But we actually got into an argument with him about gender ideology because he knows some, I'm going to call him a nut out in Portland, who before he decided he was a woman, he had his whole face peeled off and redone to feel more masculine, if you can imagine. So then after he didn't feel more masculine, he decided he was really a woman and started going the other direction. But he argued with us when we're saying this guy is masochistic, there's something wrong with him, he's not a woman, you know, all the arguing you could possibly do to someone who is insisting that, well, if this person thinks they're a woman and we just want to be nice and let him think that, what would be wrong with that? But then Annette brought up the fact that there's people out there that don't like having certain limbs and that really want to be disabled. He got highly offended because his girlfriend is now disabled as a result of a stroke. He got highly offended at the idea of someone pretending to be disabled, but pretending to be a woman. Now that was okay. So I mean, just the irony of that, if you want to think about that, is just absurd. So every other group, what that's saying is every other group, it has to do with Black people too, because we don't let people say they're Black when they're not. You saw that Rachel, what's her name, got blasted. But men can come and say they're women. This is some next level madness, but you know, madness until you realize it has money behind it. Right. But yeah, I just wanted to share that very ironic story with you, that yes, you can step on anybody else, you'll get pushed back on, but you can step on women. And the ladies who don't like it, the ladies who are just too sensitive about it, well, we just don't want to hear about that. And we've heard that from other conversations with other relatives. I actually had a very radical cousin who doesn't take shit from anybody tell me she feels sorry for trans people. I'm like, why? I don't feel sorry for anybody else. Right. I just didn't get it.
What, did she give you a reason?
I just kept saying, why? Well, I just feel sorry for them.
Maybe it has something to do with the endless barrage of propaganda that portrays these trans-identified people as the biggest victims on planet Earth.
Well, I mean, I guess you could feel sorry for them like you would feel sorry for anybody who's mentally ill. Because let's be real. Let me tell you something. I know a mentally ill person who insists that to get iron, they put nails in a bottle and put water in the bottle and let the rust get into the bottle and then drink it. And they think that's how you get iron. Now, do I tell that person, oh, because you believe you're getting iron that way, I'm going to affirm that. I'm going, what the hell are you doing? And take that bottle and turn it over and pour it out. You know what I mean? It's the same thing. This is mental illness. We are being forced to give in to mentally ill people. It's just, oh, sorry for going on, but
no, don't be sorry at all. This is all very insightful, and it's so good for us all to sit here and share these stories. And you know, and there is something to feel sorry for, especially in these young people who are being misled towards medicalization and a lifelong path of being dependent on pharmaceuticals, having surgeries that sterilize them, mutilate their healthy genitals. Of course, we feel sorry for all of that, and also knowing that a lot of people are being completely brainwashed by this ideology. They are not in their right minds. They have been worked into a frenzy through the propaganda. I know because I was one of those people as well. So I do have some empathy for some of the people caught up in it. But, you know, again, when we're talking about trans, there's so many different people and groups of people who identify as trans. This is part of the problem with this umbrella label of calling everybody trans, because some of those people are a 14-year-old girl who, you know, has a history of maybe she was sexually abused when she was young. Now she has issues with her body. Now she's on puberty blockers or on a path towards looking for a double mastectomy. That is a completely different scenario than being a 45-year-old man who is ex-married and has, you know, 2-3 children that he's pawned off on his wife and is now going around demanding to be called a mother and, you know, street walking at night in mini heels and a skirt. Like, it's a completely different scenario. Which is part of how, with their propaganda, they've been able to sell this victimhood narrative and try to apply the, you know, the real victimhood of a young girl onto, you know, a 60-year-old autogynephile.
But I think we are going to have an angry group of 20-somethings in about 10 years.
Yeah.
And these kids, when they realize the bullshit that they have been sold, God help anybody standing in their way. And I'll back up and let them go after whoever they want to go after, because this is just horrendous.
And hopefully they go after, you know, it's the big banks, it's the pharmaceutical industry.
Right.
This is the United Nations, the World Economic Forum. These are the major international governing bodies and organizations, multinational corporations that are exploiting our young people, that are ideologically manipulating them into doing the bidding and the agendas of the elites. That it's an anti-life, anti-human agenda. So that is part of the work that we are doing as well, trying to wake up the youth to let them know you are being used the same way that I was being used.
I equate it to the remembering I was 12 and 68. I remember the Vietnam War. And, you know, just how many people were coming home dead every day. And the problem with the Vietnam War is young people realized they were being lied to by the government, you know, with their troop buildups. There was just lies all over the place. And what happened is it broke down respect for every institution in society. Kids were like, there was that saying, never trust anybody over 30. Does anybody remember that, or too young?
No, I do know that.
Right. There was that saying, and I think the same thing is going to happen when this all falls apart. They are going to have no respect for any institution in this world, government, medical, education, you name it. Why would you? Because right now I have no respect for any of them. So why would they?
It's hard to respect a system that's systematically erasing us and putting us in danger. Thank you, Arlene, for sharing that. So we have in the chat with us still Amanda Stuhlman, the director of Keep Prison Single Sex USA. We have Arlene, who you just heard from, who is one of our New Yorkers. We have Karen Davis. I don't know if she is still here with us. She was. I know her screen cut out. We've got Serendipity, who is going to be coming in just a little bit and doing an awesome segment for us on talking about how to have difficult conversations and conflict. We've got Madeline Geraldine, who just recently started speaking out publicly about this issue. She joined us, well, she tried to join us in New York City. If you didn't hear her retelling of what happened, make sure you go back and listen to it when the live stream is over. Her and her husband actually encountered Kelly J. Keene on the outside of the event. So she's got a really unique story from that perspective as well. And we've also got Amy Cree, who is an amazing mother who has organized alongside me several different protests in New York City. We're going to be bringing her on as well. You heard from Gina Hoke, who is from Denver, Colorado, and has been She traveled across the entire country at multiple different stops along the way of Kelly J's Speakers Corner tour, starting in Tacoma, where actually starting in Portland and Tacoma, where she faced violence in both cities. And she made it all the way to New York City to stand with us in front of the New York City Hall. And I want to right now welcome Yvette Neri to the live stream. She is an incredible woman who was so dedicated. She flew all the way across the country to join us in New York City. It was so great to meet you there, Yvette. If you can come, let's get you off mute. And let's take you off mute. Welcome, Yvette. If you could introduce yourself briefly for the live stream, please.
Hi, my name is Yvette, and I'm a mother and grandmother, and I've been following the trans conversation closely for about 5 years. And I just can't be quiet anymore. I have to be careful what I say here because my 10-year-old grandson thinks he's a girl. And his mom made clear that anyone who doesn't affirm him as a girl will be cut off. So traveling was perfect, to speak up.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. So you have such a personal stake in what's going on here as you have a grandchild who is being deeply impacted by this. It's affecting your entire family dynamic. Is there anything more I know you don't want to necessarily share details, but is there anything more you want to say about how you feel and how you've been impacted by this as a grandmother, as a mother?
I mean, I'm essentially horrified by it. My son and daughter-in-law are doing what they think is right to affirm his girlhood. And they're just lying to him. I can't lie to him. So I don't use sex words with him or to his parents. Obviously, I talk about him as he and him. And I'm lesbian. There's no reason. I'm completely out everywhere. There's no reason why this little boy can't just be gay or just like feminine things like his dad did and his grandfather.
Right.
Yeah. So, that gets difficult, especially every time I hear somebody call him she.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But I was able to fly to LA for the first event, and that was very civilized. And I did get to talk about Rowan. Oh, I shouldn't name him. I got to talk about my grandson. Mm-hmm. And then I watched every single live stream, including I watched Philadelphia live while on the airplane to go to New York City. And so I knew it could be dicey, but holy moly, I had no idea. Mm-hmm. That was so intense. And I did intentionally remain looking extremely calm the whole time because we have to hold the energy.
Right.
And when they were picking up the barrier and kind of moving it back and forth, I looked behind us and I thought, I can't climb over that very fast. Mm-hmm. Like, what are we going to do if they do breach this barrier? But then I did feel a lot better when more officers came in. And I was impressed, like someone else said, with how so many of the police officers didn't lose their temper. One guy was getting a little dicey and they removed him. But with the abuse they put up with. And I, too, was surprised at how few arrests there were. And that elderly gentleman who was spat at and insulted, he's Stonewall veteran Jim Ferret.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
lovely man.
Thank you for naming that, Yvette. And I just want you to know while you're speaking, you've gotten some really supportive messages and comments in the chat. Women hear you. Women are so sorry about what you are dealing with your family and your grandson. There's a lot of sympathy here in this space. Thank you for sharing with us. I know how hard it can be to speak about some of that stuff, especially when you're feeling silenced on it and worried about what you can say. So thank you for choosing to share this personal information with us. We are here for you and support you.
Thank you.
I didn't want to interrupt you, but I did just want to let you know that there's a lot of support for you here in the comments. Right before I did cut in, you were just mentioning Stonewall veteran Jim Forat. He was with us. Do you want to retell a little bit of that story of what you witnessed happening to Jim, and then any other things that you witnessed and anything that stood out in your mind, anything that happened to yourself or your reflections on that?
Well, what I already know about Jim is that he was at Stonewall, and he's been exiled from his own community, disinvited from the 50th anniversary of Stonewall, because he says Marsha P. Mason, #1, was never identified as a woman and wasn't there that day.
Right, Marsha P. Johnson and Sylvia
Johnson, I'm
Rivera.
sorry. Yeah. But I know that but that's why he really wanted to join us too, is that he's being canceled just for speaking the truth.
Right. And for those that don't know, there is a complete historical revisionism that has gone on regarding the story of what happened during the so-called Stonewall riots. Like Yvette just mentioned, Sylvia Rivera and Marsha P. Johnson were both two gay males, and neither of them were present at the protest. And if you look up anything about the Stonewall riots now, they are both characters that are featured prominently as though they started the entire thing. I know in a little bit we're going to be bringing on my friend Jen Ziggin, who's in New York City. She has some background she can give us about the historical revisionism that's happening around the Stonewall event. Yvette, can you tell us what you witnessed in terms of how Jim was treated, and then what you witnessed in terms of how other women were treated and yourself?
Oh, the insults were, broadly at all of us. I did at one point early on, I moved a little bit closer to the barrier just to get a better look. And this very white looking woman was screaming at me almost hysterically to go back home to the country I came from. Okay.
Done.
Done. I'm home. Thank you.
They're the tolerant ones, though. They're the tolerant, inclusive ones.
Right. I did see Anthony Martucci, the model with his man boobs hanging out, that he was getting in Jim's face and screaming at him, and he was screaming at other people too. And I was very glad to have the police there and to have the security there. I knew that the sense of any safety at all was really very tenuous and maybe just a facade. But I would do it again tomorrow. If there's,
I was just going to say, I'm sorry to interrupt. I wanted to just, as you were talking about Martucci, because of what you had brought up about Jim, I don't think we've said this yet, but their entire side was filled with the most blatant homophobia. The names that they were calling Jim, they called multiple women dykes. They were, they had all kinds of really nasty homophobic slurs that they were awash in. And then ironically, some of the left-wing news sources reported our event as some sort of anti-gay event. And I was like, but they were the homophobes.
Right. And the media was terrible. They called it an anti-trans protest.
Mhm.
I think when Gina was talking on Fox News, that was probably the only time it was really appropriately described.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
that's
I've been
a point.
piquing a lot of I've been piquing a lot of people with about Antifa. Like my mother thought, oh no, 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 Antifa is anti-fascist. And I said, I know, but I saw 4 flags and a man in an Antifa shirt, and I looked at the Antifa New York City homepage, and they were taking credit for it.
Mm-hmm.
So she believes me now.
Yeah. And as I have always say, and I'm going to continue to point out, these people who are organizing under the banner of anti-fascism, they are not anti-fascists. They are actually fascists. What they are forcing on us is totalitarianism backed by violence, backed by the threat of the state, backed by the threat of our removal from civil society by the tech industry by way of silencing us on social media. I mean, this is an extremely authoritarian agenda that is being pushed forward across the entire world. And the so-called TRAs, trans rights activists, these so-called Antifa, people who are organizing under that banner, are the foot soldiers for this agenda, for the erasure of women's rights. And they are out there actively, being the boots on the ground to scare and intimidate and harass women into silence. It's
and that's why that's why I feel like I must keep speaking. And I really want to get more involved and participate more.
Yeah.
Because it cannot work that they can shut us up.
Yeah, thank you so much, Yvette, for being here. Thank you for coming all the way to New York City. It was incredible to be there. Do you have to leave, or can you stay with us a little bit?
I can stay.
Okay, and if maybe when we bring you back on later, maybe if you could share some of your thoughts around how this is a larger agenda, because I know you have an analysis on that as well.
Yep.
So we'll come back around to that. Let's see. I know we want to have Amy has been waiting so patiently. Amy, do you have to leave anytime soon, or are you still good to hang out with us? Should I fast forward to you? I can't hear you. Let me take you off mute.
I'm good. I can stay for a while, but I do want to speak.
Yes, absolutely. You are going to speak. We are going to transition into talking with Serendipity and Amy Crete, and maybe bring Gina into the conversation a little bit more as well, because we want to talk about having difficult conversations. We are coming together. We are all so different. We have a real diversity here, right? We have women of all different backgrounds, different class backgrounds, different education backgrounds, different race, different geographic location. Some women in this movement are, were born and raised in the U.S. Some are new immigrants into the country. There's such a plethora of women involved in this struggle, and this is something where we can all come together across all of our differences, knowing that we have one goal in mind that supersedes everything else, and it is to defend women and children, to protect our sex-based spaces, and to stop the violence that is occurring against us, and ultimately to stop this agenda that is devaluing women and colonizing our reproductive control. So when the fact that we're trying to come together across so many different lines, it's difficult. It's not easy. It can get hairy even amongst ourselves. And we recognize that we're up against a lot, right? Just trying to come together with all of the social engineering that is going on, has been going on for years, the divisive narratives that are being pushed in the media. It gets hard. They're actively trying to divide us and make it harder and harder and harder for us to find common ground. And we know that as women, we have been socialized to see each other in as competition, to see each other as a threat, to we know the different ways that this can manifest in women's spaces. We know that conflict is common, and we want to meet that conflict head on, not be scared of having conflict, not let conflict shut us down or keep us from moving forward. And we just want to be realistic and recognize that that's what happens when we come together from a lot of different backgrounds and we try to organize towards a common goal. It's to be expected. Let's not shy away from it. Let's not let it stop us. And maybe now is a good time to introduce Serendipity to the chat, because she's going to help us kind of open up this space to have some of these difficult conversations. And I don't have like a full bio for you, Serendipity, unless you sent me one on Signal. Should I look?
Yeah,
you did. Okay. I really would like to introduce Serendipity. She is not just a brilliant woman and a colleague, but she's a great friend of mine. She works with women healing after sexual assault. She focuses on spiritual, emotional, and physical reclamation in the female body. Her expertise includes embodying the maiden, mother, queen, and crone archetypes, relationship tending with the earth and land. She critiques the porn and prostitution industries, transgender ideology, of course. She also critiques religion, politics, and racism. And you can work with her through her flagship course, Arms of the Goddess, Healing from Sexual Assault. And I highly recommend it. I actually took her course, Arms of the Goddess, Healing from Sexual Assault. It was very powerful for me. It helped me to integrate so many different things and to make me, it just gave me a connection to other women, to the goddess, and also a connection to a feeling of empowerment. So in the work that we're doing, it's really hard and it's really dark and it gets really depressing sometimes. And taking the class Arms of the Goddess with Serendipity, it really filled up my cup and it gave me the strength and perseverance that I needed to keep on going. So welcome to Serendipity. She's also a lifelong activist. You cannot believe how many places this woman has traveled, the issues that she has organized around. She is a breadth of knowledge. And she's going to speak to us about internal drama in the women's movement. And she's going to share some tactics with us so that we can be proactive in our communication and in organizing amongst ourselves as women. So welcome, Serendipity. Thank you so much for taking your time to be here.
Oh my gosh, that was the sweetest introduction ever. Thank you. And thank you so much, Kat and Amy, for putting this on. I know that this information is just so essential and so vital. So thank you so much for bringing us all together. So I would call myself an expert in conflict, not necessarily an expert in conflict resolution. Everything that I'm going to share with you today are tools that I have gathered. They're not necessarily rules to follow, right? Like communication it's not a set of rules and then, everybody follows those rules, obviously. So these are tools, not rules. And I want us to take a moment and just come in and like shake off a little bit, come into your bodies, take a deep breath. Here we come. One of my friends, Lisa Millett, shared this story with me one time. And she heard it on a TED Talks, but I really like it when coming into organizing with women. Porcupines, it's called the porcupine theory. When porcupines, they're really pokey, and they startle really easily. And so when porcupines gather, they have to come to an agreement amongst each other as to not startle easily, as to not hurt each other. And so the follow-up question is, how can we as women come together? What agreements do we have to make with each other in order to not startle easily? So I do interact well with comments. I am looking at the comments section if you want to ever say anything or ask any questions. I'm going to really talk about relationship tending with women that we want to work with. So all of these tactics are specifically with the women that we want to work with, or men that we want to be in a relationship with and work with. So this doesn't apply to how we communicate with the TRAs. This doesn't apply to how we communicate with maybe government officials. This applies to internal organizing. Yeah. All right. So let's see. There are 5 steps to communication. The first step is that you have information that you want to share. And so you have this information. It can be any type of information, right? Ideas, thoughts, news, whatever. The sender will decide a way to channel or send that information. So these can be words. These can be a text with emojis, right? If your roommate or partner normally has like dinner cooked when you get home, and you're used to like walking into your home and smelling dinner, and then you walk into your home and there's no smell of dinner, that's a communication, right? So the sender chooses a channel to communicate that information. Step 3 is that the receiver receives the information. So they hear the information, they see the information, they observe the information in some way, shape, or form, right? When you walk in and don't smell your dinner, you received that loud and clear. The 4th step is that we decode what this information is. So we interpret it. What does this mean? So what does it mean when I walk into the house and I don't smell my dinner? What does it mean when I look at my text message and I see all of these emojis, right? So what am I decoding? And then the 5th step is that the receiver may provide feedback, becoming the sender. All right, so 5 super simple steps for knowing how to communicate. And so there's a lot of things that can happen to disrupt this communication, right? So the most common blocks that I see amongst women is desperation. If a woman is desperate to get her point across, or to, needing to feel heard or needing to feel seen, that blocks communication. I have seen entire movements, entire women's circles fall apart because of one woman's desperation. Another block to communication is shoulding, right? When we feel like we should do this, or this person should already know. Why don't you know? Like you should already know this. You should already do this. Like Kat said, we are all coming from different backgrounds, and we can't assume that our sisters know our social cues or are aware of what cultural cues we have. Excuses and justification. So if you are looking for justification, that means that there is a lack of justice. When we get into the blame game, and I'm going to talk about that next, but blaming others when we are just focused on who is at fault. And again, this is within our internal communication. So it's not like, like these men or these doctors who are performing these surgeries, like obviously, we can like blame them, but within organizing, right? If we are trying to blame our sisters for things that are happening, that is going to block our communication. Urgency. Urgency is another block of communications, and I find us we fall into this so easily because it feels like an urgent thing. It feels like we know we have grandchildren, we have children that are falling into life-altering surgeries or the horrible things, and it feels urgent. However, when we are organizing within our group, right, and we come with urgency that has a sense of desperation. Urgency is a tool of the patriarchy. Jealousy, right? When we feel like somebody is, and so jealousy can also be when we feel like somebody else is doing it better or worse than us. When we feel like somebody else can just, oh, they'll do it better, I'm not going to do it, right? That is the sense. That is a side of jealousy. And then the last one I have is if then, and this goes back to shoulding and generalizing. Well, if this happens, then this happens. When we come into organizing with if then statements, I think that we're assuming too much from people. It's like, again, we're not good at following rules. Communication has no rules. And so if then statements really puts rules into an organization, and that cuts off communication right there. I saw in the chat a little bit ago, words are not violence, right? And that is so important, especially when we are organizing against violence, to know that the words we are using are not violent, right? So when it comes to organizing amongst ourselves, how do we come to terms, how do we not harass each other, essentially, right? I don't like using terms like being mean or being nice. When we look into the etymology of nice, it comes down to the Latin word nisius, which means without brain, without thinking. And so it really comes into this cultural context of do what you're told, don't speak, just do what you're told. And so when, we are getting told to be nice, especially to each other, right? It means that we are being asked to do things without thinking about it. So I don't like using moral judgments within organizing amongst women. Women are going to do things that we do not agree with and that we don't like and that hurt our feelings. That's going to happen. Women are going to do things that we think should hurt other women's feelings. And we want to bring out about a type of justice for that, right? That is a block in communication. So one of the things that has really helped me out in my life is what I like to call the drama triangle. And the drama triangle was thought up by two French philosophers, Carmen and Camphor. And they say that, and again, this is with people that we want to organize with. This is not applicable to bigger picture things. These are tools, not rules. So the drama triangle, I think that this might be backwards for you. But in order to be in drama, you have to be defensive, you have to be closed, and you have to be committed to being right. There are three participants in the drama triangle: the villain, the victim, and the hero. All right. So the way that it works is that we can play all three roles all the time. We are constantly playing all three roles all the time. And we do have a favorite that we'll choose, right? I do want to clarify really fast with the word victim. I think that there really needs to be two social understandings of the word victim. There is an actual, the legal definition of the word victim, which is a definition that we absolutely need when something bad, when somebody does something bad to someone else. When something bad happens to you, you are a victim of a crime, a victim of a rape, a victim of XYZ. And then there is victim consciousness. It is in my belief that victim consciousness arises when we are victims and we do not receive justice. And then we expect to not receive justice. And then we fall into a victim mentality where we walk through our lives expecting to not receive justice. So let's see. Got more notes here. The way that I like to quickly explain how we play all three parts of the drama triangle is I want you to imagine really fast that you are at a fancy party and you are celebrating someone that is not you, right? And it's a fancy dress party, okay? And there are three people, right? There's the hero, the victim, and the villain. And so one person is going to set their cake down on a chair. The next person is going to sit on that chair and ruin their fancy dress and the chair. And then somebody else is going to watch it, right? And so when I think about this scenario, the way that I place these three people in my head is that the person that sat on the chair that made the mess is a victim. The person that put the cake on the chair is a villain, and the person witnessing is a hero, right? So that would play out like, oh no, I just sat on a piece of cake. Why? Why does this always happen to me, right? I'm always doing this. I'm always ruining my dress. I'm always ruining the party. Why does this always happen to me? The villain would say like, oh, you stupid MFer, like you just sat there without looking, like what's your problem, right? And the hero would come in and be like, oh, don't worry, I can fix this. We're gonna go and get this dry cleaned. I have some pants in my car, like we can change you. You need to calm down, like we can fix this, right? So I want you to keep that in your head and switch it up. What would it look like if the witness was the villain and the person that sat on the cake was the hero and the person that put the cake down was the victim? All right, so I'm the person that sits on this chair first and I'm the hero. I'm like, oh man, I just made a mess, but don't worry, we can fix it. We can fix it. I know a great dry cleaning place. We don't have to tell anyone about it, right? Like we can just, I understand I make mistakes all the time, but we can get this fixed, right? The person that put the cake on the chair, they are, oh, I forgot what I said. I'm sorry. They are the villain.
The hero? Yeah. Okay, good.
Okay. Which one did I say? The villain or the hero?
You said the person who sat on the chair was the hero.
Yeah.
But I don't remember. Oh shoot.
No, it's the person that put the cake on the chair is now the victim. The one that sat on it is the hero, and the one that comes to clean the rest is the
one that watched
the villain.
All right, thank you. All right, so the person that put the acting as the victim, like, oh, you ruined my cake. Like, oh my gosh, there's no more cake in the world. This has ruined my day. Why do people always sit on my cake, right? And then the witness can be like, oh, everyone messed up. You're to blame. You're to blame. You have to fix this. You're the one at fault. You're the one at fault. Everyone's at fault, right? So my point being is that we play all three parts very well, and it doesn't matter on the actual things that happen, right? I can sit on a piece of cake and I can act as the villain, I can act as the victim, and I can act as the hero. It doesn't matter what is happening around us for what roles we play into. So the battle cries of each one of these. The victim always says, this is happening to me. I am powerless. I am a martyr. The victim is often disorganized and confused, right? So if you feel like you are disorganized all the time and you just don't know why this is just happening, you're probably living in a kind of a victim mentality. Victims worry. They are constantly worrying about everyone, right? And worrying about themselves, worrying about the world, worrying about this, that. The victim complains and argues about why we can't have what we want. And the last thing is the victim always says, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I don't know how I sat on the cake. I don't know how you sat on the cake. If the victim's the witness, I don't know. I just saw them sat on the cake. They sat on the cake, and I don't know why. I don't know. All right. The battle cries for the villain is blame. The villain will always choose, like, find blame. And the tricky part is this includes self-blame. So if I am blaming myself, I am acting as the villain. And I am setting an example that it's okay to blame ourselves. It's okay for us as women to blame ourselves, right? So we have the word victim blaming, right? But when we blame ourselves, we are acting as the villain in this story. They are the cynic, the debater, my way or the highway. Villains always need to be right. They only collect evidence that supports their rightness. Like if for me to be a really good villain, which I am, I always lean towards the villain in the drama triangle, because I really like being right. I like to have other people tell me that I am right. Okay. The villain also thinks that everyone else is stupid. Okay. Black and white thinking. The villain's battle cry is also intellectualizing and sarcasm. So if you are in a debate and you're being sarcastic, you are acting as the villain in the drama triangle. All right. And then the hero. The hero. And when organizing amongst women, I find that we love the hero. We want to be the hero most of all, right? We want to come in and save our sisters. And that's noble. And when in organizing, if you are acting as the hero, you are creating a victim of your sister. And that's we cannot be effective organizers if we are staying in drama. And so if you are acting as the hero, you are asking one of your sisters to be a victim, and then you are keeping your organization and your organizing tactics in drama. So the hero says, I can handle it. I can help. Pick me. I can do it. I'll do it. And I'll do it really well, right? I'll do it forever. Poor you, right? Poor you. I see that you're struggling. I see that you're in pain. And I feel such pity for you. So the hero feels pity. And the hero acts to see personal relief. So the difference between, somebody saying, like, sitting on the cake and, acting as the hero is like, oh, I have pants in my car. I can change. Don't worry. We can figure this out. So the difference is that if you are offering somebody your pants because it will make to get personal relief, right? To feel like you did a good job, to feel like you really helped a sister out. If you are seeking personal relief, you are staying in drama. So if you are like, oh, no problem, I totally have pants in my car, take them or leave them. There's no moral judgment around it, right? You're not you're not like personally invested in whether or not the person wants your pants. The person can figure out their own solution if they don't want your pants. So that's being outside of the drama. So the hero can also, the other battle cry is I deserve, or you deserve. So this is like, oh, I deserve a good glass of wine, right? I had a long day. We all deserve to have a glass of wine. We all deserve to go out to the bar after this protest. We deserve it, right? And so anytime we see I deserve this or you deserve that, that is acting as a hero. The other one is I understand. And again, this is with personal relief. Like, does it relieve me to understand your problem? That is keeping us in drama. Does it relieve me to hear that piece of gossip? That is keeping us in drama. And then the last cry of the hero is, you can always count on me. All right. So these three personas or whatever, they all have an opposite. And that is our ladder out of the drama triangle. So the opposite of being a victim is being a creator and being able to find creative solutions. The opposite of being a villain is being a challenger. We can challenge ideas, we can challenge thoughts, we can challenge information, we can challenge news. And the opposite of a hero is a coach, right? And so instead of telling you, how to be better or how to fix your problems, we can work together. All right. So I would be happy to answer any questions. I said I was going to go to the comments, but they were going too fast.
Yeah, they went by so fast. Serendipity, thank you so much. And I just want everyone to know how much we appreciate Serendipity coming on and doing this, because I think what we're going to have an organizing conversation in a little bit, but what can be so challenging about organizing all of this together is that there are so many of us coming from very different perspectives. There are different values that we may hold that have brought us to this work. Many of us come with our own personal trauma that has triggered us into the work. This is where we have a little bit of our wounded healer, and we all come imperfect and incomplete. And I think that I don't think it's my own personal observation. I think it's many of us have observed that this work, as much as it can bring us together and help us find a sense of community, there are ways in which we interact online and with one another while organizing that can be very divisive. But here's the thing that I think that we need to mention is that we are facing a massive juggernaut of an organized agenda. This is a $5.2 trillion industry. This is big banking, big pharma, big tech, big corporations, NGOs, all coming at us in an onslaught with their power. And the only thing we really have is one another. So when we are in a space of divisiveness, when we are on the attack with each other, when we can't listen to each other's critiques, when we're so fast to dismiss one another and each other's opinions, it makes us ineffective. It makes our power dissipate. So I really thank you, Serendipity, for what you have shared, because I think the tools that you have shared with us today, if we can latch onto them a little bit, or the more that we hear them repeated, I encourage everyone to work with Serendipity. But the more we can hear these messages repeated, this is going to give us the power of hopefully being able to build community more effectively. And this is why we brought Serendipity here today, is to just help remind us of the challenges that we face working with one another. And it's okay. I think that's one of the things that I love that what you said. I love that what you said. It's funny because I have done a lot of conflict resolution work myself, but I really love how you framed it, that it's not necessarily about conflict resolution. It's about being able to have a comfortability in the process of conflict. Like I just love that so much.
Thank you. And yeah, I just want to mention you can find me on Instagram. My handle is Astarte Rose in Confidence. And I am so happy to be here and to share.
Thank you so much, Serendipity. Listening to you describe the whole drama triangle and the different roles in it, I was just thinking to myself, oh, I do all those different roles at different times for sure. And I wanted to reiterate, because could you just recap? You said instead of being a victim, you can be a creator. Instead of being a hero, you can be a coach. And what was the third?
The villain, the opposite of a villain is a challenger.
A challenger.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah,
so we can challenge each other and be in conflict and have, like, you know, precise communication and still move in an organizing direction. You know, conflict doesn't have to stop us from organizing.
Mm-hmm.
I was wondering if you I this is a question that I think about a lot myself. I have some ideas because of my own work, but I don't know that there is a definite answer. But I'm really curious as to maybe what you might offer, because I think what I love about what you're saying is that there's a certain amount that we have to have a kind of a willingness to be a little bit uncomfortable. You know, being in conflict is not comfortable. That's of course why we have all these tactics. That's why we have the tactic of being the hero or the villain or the the hero or the villain or the
Hero, villain, or victim.
Or the victim. Thank you. That's why these tactics exist, because our minds are always scrambling for a way out of this conflict. So I'm wondering if you have any tools for women for how to be, I guess, a little bit more comfortable, or having a little bit more patience with the process of being uncomfortable. You know, obviously, if you're uncomfortable, that is uncomfortable, but how do I just like hang out there a little bit more?
I would love to talk about that. Oh my gosh, yes. So let's first define comfort, because comfort is it gets so sticky when we talk about it within women, right? Because of beauty culture, because of all of these things. And so I actually like defining misogyny as anything that makes a woman uncomfortable, right? And so I think that for me, I went through a lot of trauma and abuse, and that made me numb myself out. And so I was like, oh, I don't feel any emotions. Like, I can take pain really well, right? And I like really valued this numbness. And then I figured out that it's not actually a value to be numb to the world, and it's actually good to like feel feelings and feel pain and feel discomfort, right? And so that has been quite a journey for me to learn how to not be numb. And so that's where I would start with comfortability. So comfort for me, I bring back to safety. And safety is a spectrum. Safety for some people can mean not being challenged. It can mean, you know, like like what we're talking about, not having uncomfortable conversations. And so it really, I encourage you all to explore what your safety spectrum is and know what it feels like inside of your body when you don't feel safe.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And so for me, when I don't feel safe, that's a fear. And I feel afraid, right? Mm-hmm. And I feel fear in my stomach. I feel fear in my knees, like my knees will shake. It feels like it's gurgling, right? And I allow myself to be in those emotions, and I allow myself to really explore my physical sensations of these things, right? And so as like, you know, it's double work kind of, as I'm working on what safety feels like in my body, that's going to make my communication better. I forget who said it, but in one of the women that did a lot of consciousness raising, said we can only change our consciousness to the degree that we feel safe, right? And so when we're organizing with each other, the best organizing is going to happen with other women that we feel safe around. We're not going to be able to have uncomfortable conversations if we don't feel safe.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a really good point, Serendipity. I want to come back to you to go more into this. But I want to just kind of cut in there because organizing in New York City, it was difficult to get people to come out prior to the Speakers Corner tour. I know we had a lot of people show up for that, but prior to that, we've tried to do a couple of events, and it's been a very small group of women. And there's actually something that was very nice about that, because it allowed those of us who were organizing to kind of develop a relationship with one another and to build that trust. And it's like, once you've been out there on the street with someone one time, you can build a familiarity with them. You know how they function, and you know how you work together. And I want to bring in Amy Crete now, because I want to thank Amy for her role, not just in the Speakers Corner tour that day in New York City on the 14th of November, but all of the work that she has been doing behind the scenes. She's just becoming more public now, but she has been supporting me and showing up for over a year and a half. Like, Amy has been having her. She's, and you might not realize this, Amy, but you've been like a rock for me, because I can always count on you. Even if you can't show up, and you usually do, but even so, like, you're always calling me, checking in on me, letting me know that you're there, that you support me, that you're going to do anything you can to help events go successfully. And I just want to take this time to acknowledge you and all the hard work that you've done behind the scenes. Thank you for being there, for getting to know me, for working with me and trusting me. And I also trust you. So please welcome to the live stream. Do you want to introduce yourselves and tell us a little bit about you?
Sure. So I'm Amy Crete. I am the stealth activist. I would consider that. And I guess I came into this arena, got thrown into about 3 years ago when my daughter announced that she was a man. And I kind of wrestled with it for about, it was definitely 5 to 10 days, because it was day 10 she wanted to go into testosterone. She was 19 when she came out with this announcement. And immediately what clicked in me is like, if I accept my daughter as a man, then I need to accept a man as a woman. And my whole world changed right there. And I realized basically the enormity of what the situation was, what I was not prepared for. And then I just dove in and made a lot of discoveries, and my whole world changed. The way I looked at the medical industry, the way I looked at every doctor, the way I looked at the news media, the way I looked at COVID, the way I looked at my marriage, everything changed. And it took me about a year before I started. I found a support group, which was PRGDK. I facilitate 2 of those groups, one on Long Island, one in the city now. And I realized that there was no solution for this. The only solution was creating awareness. A lot of parents come to these groups looking for a solution, looking for some sort of remedy, and it's not there. The only remedy is creating awareness. And the minute someone approached me about doing something, I was right on board. So, and it's just continued from there. And it's changed my life, because I've never been around so many powerful women before, and it's a privilege to know so many of you. There's sharing, there's intimacy, there's vulnerability, and there's a mission. And we all come from different places, and it's respected. And I'm so proud of myself to be a part of it. I feel that it's given me purpose, and it has, it's made me aware of being a woman is an extremely powerful thing. I've come into my womanhood. And, you know, it took me so long. It just took me so long to get to this place in my life. And tragically, the situation that got me here, I look at my daughter's process as one where she will have to mature out of. There's nothing I can do. You know, I did have a big identity period in my life where I rejected my mother. So I'm willing to be hated at this point. I did prepare some things to speak at the Let Women Speak. Some of them were caught on tape, some weren't. I don't know if you want me to recite them here, because that was also a big thing for me. I never prepared anything. I'm not really a public speaker, but I did get myself psyched for it and ready for it.
Yes, absolutely. We want to hear from you, Amy. Share whatever you want from your speech, as much or as little of it.
No, they're very small. So, like I said, okay. I'm gonna read the one that I guess created a little ruckus that I don't know why, but I do know why, and I will not engage. Okay, so
let's hear from you, Amy, and then I know Arlene needs to leave, so I'm going to give her a moment to give us a parting thought, and then we'll go back to Amy and flesh out more of this conversation. Does that sound okay?
That sounds great.
Okay, great.
So, woman, we are primal beings. Our maternal bond cannot be broken. Whatever evil, nefarious force we encounter cannot compete with the love we have for our children. Mother, creator, female, parent, and origin, holder of the future, guardian of hopes and dreams. To my daughter and all the young women who reject their womanhood, we protect it for you have yet to realize that the future lies in you. We are women, the bearer of life, goddess of creation, and that is the root of all jealousy. Man and his fetishes have created this atrocity. I call on the men who consider themselves decent human beings to call out the deviance among them and eradicate these monsters from society. If not, we are all on a path to our own extinction. So, I don't think it spoke to me. I don't have any problems with anything that I said. Maybe I should have said who these monsters were, but I consider pedophiles monsters. I consider autogynephiles monsters to what they are doing to the identity of women. And I don't consider eradicate being a violent word, kind of being
fucking sucking up my fucking day.
Clean up, get rid of, move them out. So I didn't use the word eviscerate or annihilate. Those would have been a little stronger.
Well, first of all, Amy, thank you so much for sharing with us. Your speech is really powerful. I'm wiping tears in the background. I know Gina was too. Very moving speech. It's and I want to speak specifically for people who don't know. Some of Amy's speech was clipped at the point where she speaks about calling on men to eradicate the deviance amongst them. That quote was taken out of context, spread all over Twitter by both radical feminists and trans rights activists who demonized and vilified this quote and tried to say that this was a call for violence, and in doing that, actually put a target on Amy's head. And got a lot of negative attention towards her. Now, Amy is a mother whose daughter began identifying as transgender. She has been organizing around this issue for years now. She facilitates 2 organizations specifically to help the parents of rapid onset gender dysphoric teens. She does a lot of work around this issue. She is very valuable in our movement. She's valuable to me as a friend. And I want to talk about the language that she said. calling upon men to eradicate deviance among them, there is nothing violent about this language. The term eradicate has its root in radical, and to uproot something from its radical roots, right? To uproot and to lift it out and to get rid of it. It does in no way imply violence. So it was really difficult when we saw this quote being used to mischaracterize the event in New York City, all of us organizers, participants, and mischaracterizing Amy and putting a target on her. Very dangerous as well to target a woman in that way. So we thought it was important to invite Amy to the show to share her speech again in this space, and so that we can all affirm that we support what she said, and none of us in any way see what she said as something that was violent or wrong to say. So thank you for your courage in sharing your speech both that day in New York City and again here with us. We stand with you. And if there's anything you'd like to say about,
I would like to
what
say
it felt
something.
like to find out that this was how it was being taken.
Well, I no matter what, the people will take apart whatever you say and focus on, a small soundbite. I decided I was not going to engage. I was not going to come forward. I was just going to let it ride itself away. I'm very careful. I don't use any. I don't use the lingo of the movement, because I don't. My daughter. I don't describe her as trans. I said she thinks she's a man. I don't use any of those words, but I do think that this issue, men need to step up. Okay. They're throwing their shit our way. Okay. They don't want to deal with it. And a real man would take care of it. And that's my opinion. They're just, and I'll this is my position. I will stand by it. And I will have the conversation with any decent man that I meet too.
Yeah.
And any woman that I meet.
Yeah, it's a really good point that male violence can only be stopped by men.
Right.
As women, the most we can do is keep trying to explain and strategize and organize to protect ourselves. But we ultimately cannot stop males from committing violence. Men have to take accountability for themselves, not just them individually, but for their sex class. And to put the responsibility on themselves to prevent violence, to encourage each other to learn the underpinnings of what's really going on with this movement, to stand up, to speak out against it, and to not let men like we saw in that day in New York City to target, harass, assault women in broad daylight.
Yeah.
So it's a very important point. Go ahead, Amy.
Well, I was going to say, yeah, thank you for that. And thank you, Amy, for your words so much. And I want to just observe about what sort of happened to Amy online, because I just want to underscore that it's so important for those of us who are speaking about this issue to keep pointing to the agents of violence. And it's very harmful when I don't think it's anyone here, but there have been some women who have the women who posted that excerpt out of context, who spend more time critiquing women for how we communicate our analysis. They spend more time critiquing us in a semantics debate about how we're speaking out about this than they do pointing to the agents of the violence. And so this is very distracting, and it's not just I mean, it's bigger than a distraction. It keeps us from being able to effectively organize together. It keeps us pointing our fingers at ourselves, and so our power becomes absolutely dissipated. So I just want us to remain laser focused on who the agents of violence actually are. And if we want to have little semantics debates, have a semantics debate with a man who thinks he's a woman. Mm-hmm. You know, that's who we need to reserve these little semantics debates for. We don't need to be having these semantics debates with one another in how we are communicating our objection to the situation that we find ourselves in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I want to come back to Amy and continue going with this conversation, but I recognize that Arlene has been with us for a couple of hours. She had some really great comments in the beginning with her and her sister. Her sister's no longer with us, but Arlene is going to have to get going soon. So I wanted to welcome you back to the space, pass you the mic, and see if we could get any parting thoughts or words from you before you leave us today, Arlene.
Okay, well, two parting thoughts. The first one is I heard Amy's speech in context, out of context, whatever. I saw nothing wrong with it. I was like, what did she say? What was the problem with what she said? I've always felt that way. I thought it was powerful what you said. I'm glad you said it. I could not understand all of a sudden all of this pushback about, you know, basically that you weren't polite or something. I don't know. It showed some righteous anger, and I say good. Okay. So having said that, as far as men being involved, I think the one term that is being lost that we have to rebrand and reclaim is that we're fighting the human rights struggle here. We're the ones fighting for human rights, not, you know, the human rights, whatever that organization is that's supposedly representing gay people, but it's really just a front for trans. Not all the trans rights are human rights. No, women's rights are human rights. Mm-hmm. And along with women's rights, those human rights are men's rights. Because men don't see that they have a lot to lose in this too. They have daughters, they have mothers, they have sisters, they have sons. There's a lot of men out there whose sons are being transed. So this is we're fighting the human rights movement. That's right. We are fighting the human rights movement. Somewhere we need to kind of reclaim that term. Women's rights are human rights.
That's right.
Okay. But anyway, this has been great. I'm glad I hung around long enough to hear from Amy, and would love to hear from you again. But when I heard your speech, I was like, what was the problem? You know, what was the problem? So kudos to you for that. And thank everybody.
And thank you, Arlene. Thank you for being here today on the live stream with us. Mm-hmm. Thank you for showing up that day in New York City. Like I said, when we weren't sure you were going to make it. So when I saw you coming through the crowd, I was like, yes. Yay.
Well, I have to tell you, when we were flying down the FDR Drive to get there, a police vehicle flew up behind us with siren blaring. And I said, I know where they're going. Yeah. And the cop did tell us that they got a message to all the precincts to get people down there right away.
Wow.
So they did finally show up. I'll say that, because when we were leaving and people were walking up behind us, calling us cowards and screaming and yelling, the cops, about 5 cops, walked up behind them and told them, you know, get away, you know, and gave us the escorts. So they did show up, but it was kind of late to the party.
Yeah.
But anyway, have a good evening, everybody. And
yes, thank you so much, Arlene. And one last thank you for coming to the United Nations protest at the UN headquarters back in March. Thank you so much for being there. A historic and powerful event.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. We were actually at the Women's March back in, when was that? 2020? In Washington. And I hope that we have another one at some point.
Yeah, we need to have a
That would be great.
women's march that's for women.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so
All right.
much for joining us, Arlene. We'll see you later. We hope you feel better, and keep us updated what happens when you and your sister go to that school in Harlem where
Oh,
you
yeah.
said
Mhm.
they were working with the American Dolls who are now pushing gender identity.
Mhm.
Keep us
Okay.
posted.
Will do. Take care.
Thank you so much. I want to welcome to the stream also backstage. We've had sitting and waiting for a while. We've had Jennifer Thomas, who is an incredible women's rights activist. She has organized boots on the ground all across this country, including in Washington, D.C. And several times in Philly, in Pittsburgh, but she's been literally all across the country working on this issue. And she was one of the organizers for the Philadelphia Speakers Corner tour that happened the day before ours in New York City. We're going to hear from Jennifer Thomas in just a moment. And we also have with us Maria and Jen Ziggin, who are both in New York City. Two friends of mine. I've been friends with Jen for years now. A few years now. We've met around this issue. We've been organizing together around this issue. We were in Washington, D.C. together. We've protested, just the two of us, me and Jen, in Washington Square Park and several places around New York City. Jen, of course, was at the United Nations protest with us. Jen was also part of a group of lesbians who went to the 2019 Dike March? Was it 2020? Okay, hold on. Let me take you off mute.
Gosh, they can hear us.
Jen, yeah, now we can hear you. Oh, you're on mute. Was it 2019, Jen? 2019, Jen was part of a group of lesbians who organized and went to the New York City Dike March, and they were met by trans rights activists who physically blocked them from participating in the event. So maybe she can share a little bit about that as well, but I want to welcome both Maria and Jen to the stream, who've been patiently waiting back stream. Thank you for being here with us. Do either of you want to go ahead and introduce yourselves?
Well, a few people know me, but I'm really nobody.
Not true.
I've just been following this stuff since about 2017 after watching some detransitioner videos and them going on about feminism. At the time, I wasn't a feminist myself at all. It's kind of funny that what took me to become a feminist was the threat of them taking our language away from us. But Maria, you want to go?
Hi, my name is Maria, and I am kind of new, not kind of new to, thinking in my opinion, but kind of new in opening my mouth and letting the words come out. So, until I met Jen, I was able to put into words what I was feeling. And I come from a family where I was taught that a man was to be taken care of by me, right? When I told my grandmother I was not in love with my first husband, she said, "Do you think I love your grandpa?"
Wow.
Till the day she died, she made that man 3 meals a day, and the fact that I even worked threw her off. My nephew, all of the sudden, he's an awkward individual. He came out as trans, and within a month, they gave him medication. And now he considers himself. Now he changed his mind again and considers himself a lesbian, which, like, it's a title I fought hard to have. And my sister, when I told my sister, I was like, "This is not reversible." She goes, "The doctors told me that it was." So
wow.
That's where I'm at.
Wow. Thank you so much for sharing, Maria. I actually did not know that about your story, that this is affecting you on such a personal level. I think, wow, it's crazy how many of us have a direct connection to this thing. And if it keeps up at this level, I think all women are going to have a direct connection very soon. And thank you for sharing about your background in terms of your family and how you were raised, the messages that you received as a female, the fact that you have had to fight for the word lesbian to be considered a lesbian, and what that means. And now this term is being stolen. It's being misappropriated and used by men who are actually trying to silence lesbians, who are physically attacking, assaulting lesbians. Can you two describe, either of you or both of you, describe when you got to the speaker's corner in New York City? What did you see, and how did you get into behind the barricades and into the protest?
We saw a huge crowd. We already heard screaming. The first person, like I was looking to see if anyone behind the barricades, like if I knew anyone, and I saw you, and you helped us climb it because we couldn't get into. Like there were people blocking us, like, oh, don't you dare go in there. And we were like, well, we're going in there, and we saw you, and you helped us climb over the barricade. And that was Maria's first time meeting you.
I love that picture.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy how you guys literally couldn't even make it to the protest because the amount of mostly men who were blocking the way, screaming, pushing women away, pulling women back from getting there. So you guys really braved a gauntlet. Both Maria and Jen literally got there early. Yeah.
We thought we were there early, and I guess they kept saying, like, threatening to come earlier and earlier, right? Like to make sure to head us off or whatever. But
right.
And that man, Anthony, you know, he actually
later, though.
They came later, and as we were walking out, he tried to put his hands on me. And Jen was like, "Oh my God, this is happening." And it was, it was
yeah, I saw a little video that you guys posted as well. When you were leaving, it looked like someone was trying to follow you and harass you. Can you speak about that a little bit as well? Because that looked pretty scary.
He was someone from I don't know if she wants to be named,
right?
But she was with us, and they knew the guy that was following us. Amy was we were actually with Amy. They knew each other from school or something, and he kept getting in her face. He was posting to his Instagram saying, "What are you doing at a fascist rally, NYU student?" And he followed us to where her car was parked. But he was by himself, and not really a threat. He was just kind of annoying.
But yeah, it's really for people that don't know, some of the women who were at the event have received lashback in their personal lives for being there, including this woman who we're speaking about, withholding her name for her privacy and protection at this time. But she was heavily targeted by this man who followed Jen and Maria. And also thank you, Amy K, for being there to walk with Jen, Maria, and our other friend, and just give them, create a tight-knit group or a tighter group so that you guys could fend off the attackers. It's really important how we were all working together in the moment to keep one another safe. Go ahead, Amy.
I just want to observe also, it's incredible to me that what were there's like 20 something of us there, that I think there's only one woman there that I know who came, who covered her face. Everyone else who came was just like this picture shows, really loud and really proud and showing themselves, showing their face. And it was funny because that other side had so many people, and we see this all the time where the other side is in masks, they're in body gear, they're in full baklava.
A balaclava, the face
Baklava,
covering?
not baklava. Because that's
Baklava, no, that's the good stuff.
delicious. Balaclava. But they're in full body gear is the main point that I wanted to make. And we are out there, even though despite threats, despite all these things, showing our faces, being open about who we are and willing to speak publicly about this. And I think that is so impressive because we're the ones getting the death threats for doing this.
Yeah, and speaking of which, I've thrown up on the screen this incredible picture. I wish I had a higher resolution, but I just screenshotted this from Jen's Instagram account. I love this photo of Maria, of course, holding her sign up above her head.
Won't be silent.
Really fierce, like, yeah, and it says we won't be silenced, and she's doing this really fierce yell, and then Jen just being so, I love that you're smiling, and you're just like, yeah, I love this. I can do this all day. Like,
she was so calm and she was just smiling. And if we were able to have a video of that day around us, it was just craziness. And they were being, TRAs were being violent towards us.
I think that was the largest crowd of TRAs I had ever seen. I mean, I did deal with them at the New York City Dike March, but I think the reason why it wasn't as scary that time is because they were mostly women. Mm-hmm. And they weren't nearly on that. They weren't on the same level at all.
Yeah. And actually, Jen, could you give us a quick recap? Because of course, I know the story, but I think it's very important that this story be told because there is historical revisionism going on where even groups today are saying that what happened at the 2019 Dike March didn't happen. So if you could just tell people what did happen to you and the group of women that you were with. I know you showed up, you had your beautiful big banner that said was an homage to Stormy DeLavery, the Black lesbian who actually did start the protest at Stonewall. They had this great banner. They showed up there. They wanted to be part of the event. And what happened, Jen?
Well, I think what happened was before the banner was even out, somebody was wearing one of Posey Parker's T-shirts, the word lesbian and its definition. I guess she felt, oh, this is appropriate to wear to the New York City Dike March, right? But so the march organizers and whoever else that saw it had a big problem with that T-shirt. So, I mean, I had walked into drama. Like, I was trying to meet up with my group, and I didn't see how it started. So, but from what I was told, it was that T-shirt, and then they took out the banner, and then they had a huge problem with that because she wrote the exact words female homosexual. Like she didn't have to put that, right? But she made sure to put female homosexual, a Black female homosexual started Stonewall.
And that's particularly what they took issue with, the fact that the truth was being spoken, that lesbians are females and female only. And they were very upset by that, taking that to be an act of transphobia. And so how did they physically assemble themselves to prevent you from joining the march? They sort of like blocked the street in the video.
They linked arms, and they made sure to stay there until the entire march went all the way down Fifth Avenue. So in a way, we made them miss their own march. But like, we set up our own little space on the corner of, like, what was it, 40th and 5th.
Mm-hmm.
And we had the banner out and some other signs and stuff like that. And I mean, at that point, we didn't even want to be part of it.
Right. Why would you want to be part of an event where they don't recognize or respect lesbians as adult female homosexuals, and where they would actually organize themselves to prevent lesbians from being part of the event? Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
So we went back in Bryant Park and kicked a few beers back by the Gertrude Stein statue.
And a better time was had by all.
Kat, I'm
yes.
wondering, I had written something the event was so loud that we had prepared some speeches, and we were, on the microphone, but they would not let us speak.
Right.
And this is very true to my heart, and this is with my raw emotion that I'm saying this. Okay.
Thank you so much for sharing with us, Maria.
My culture tells me that a woman is the weaker sex, yet we carry life inside of us. Women have fought so hard to be respected and equal, to allow men to step in and take what is rightfully ours. Men are invading our spaces, intruding in our sports, and taking ownership of the womanhood we hold on to, as if it was a flippant decision you can make on a day-to-day. They have to take a pill to grow my breast. They choose to mutilate themselves by cutting their genitals. And they choose, by cutting their genitals and mutilating their male bodies by detaching their sex to feel as though they belong. They voluntarily medicalize themselves for a lifetime to say, I am you, I am a woman. This disease is being taught to our children as in the disguise of woke ideologies. You can't be me, and you cannot grow my bleeding uterus. The life I carried inside of my womb is something that you will never experience. You can click your heels all you want, but you will never be Dorothy. Know that I will not be erased, and I will not be silenced. Now I would ask you to ponder on these words. My opinion does not promote hate, but this is something you will say to make yourself feel justified. The reality is that women need to unite to raise awareness and promote the truth, which simply is that a man can never truly be a woman. I don't hate you. I just want you to come to me. I just want you to come to the realization that my words are true, and it is in fact reality. Can a square become a circle? You can try to take out on a womanhood, wear a dress, put on makeup, but you will never be me.
Thank you so much, Maria. Thank you so much for sharing from the bottom of your heart. That was really, truly powerful. And I'm so glad that you were here today and have this opportunity to share your speech with us. And I will let you know that I do have some of the footage of you giving your speech in New York, and it's difficult to hear you, but all the same, I think it's powerful because it shows how you were fighting to be heard. And that says a lot. We didn't just sit there quietly and let them, completely drown us out. We spoke back as loudly as we could. So thank you so much for sharing your truth here with us today. And that was really beautiful.
Thank you. I want to introduce. We have more speakers coming in. I want to go to Jennifer Thomas, and then I want to go to our other Jennifer from Partners for Ethical Care. Jennifer and Jennifer were both organizers at different events. Jennifer Thomas is a major, massive boots on the ground organizer and activist. I think, Jennifer, you said you did over 50 protests this year or events. I can't remember.
Over 2 years. 2
Oh,
years.
2 years
2
and
years.
2 years. Still very impressive. So I wanted, Jennifer, you did Philadelphia, and I wanted to hear a little bit about that, but I don't know if you want to, in a way, speak to a couple of the events that you have done throughout the year, and maybe, I don't know, juxtapose some of the events that we organized and I don't know, juxtapose those events to the events that we did with Let Women Speak. I know that you, much like Jenna, you have literally been hurt at different events. So you have seen the juxtaposition of what it's like to organize on the West Coast. You were in Port Townsend with me, and you've seen how the police responded or lack of response there, juxtaposed to the response that you had in Philadelphia. I thought you were very, ultimately, from what I observed from the outside, not being there, you were very well protected by the police in Philadelphia. So I don't know if you can speak to that and just speak to some of your experiences that you've had.
Sure. Well, I thought I would come in because I attended Chicago, DC, and organized Philly. So, or co-organized Philly. So Chicago was interesting because Jeanette was the organizer there, and the tactics for the police were bicycle tactics, where they surrounded the speakers with bicycles. And that location, I had done a few speakers corners there. That's right in front of the Wrigley building. So there was a lot of foot traffic I mean, that's probably wasn't like the most protected location, because I usually like to do a location where there's a couple layers of protection, like, it's a state capital or it's state property, because they want to protect the property. But the police did they did a somewhat decent job. I was mixed up in a melee in Chicago, where somebody approached me and basically walked up right next to me and said, "Stop touching me." Right? That's one of their tactics. And so I mean, that was a little bit chaotic, but I thought it was a good speaker's corner. I thought everybody, even though there was some loud noises, everyone got to speak, and then we had a nice dinner after. Washington DC was a little different. It was mainly because when you do a protest in DC, they're used to protests. Okay, they're doing, there's 30, 40, 50 of them going on at once every day in DC. So it's the security is better, but honestly, the TRAs in DC were kind of low energy. Although they did get into it, because they always get into it, but they weren't like the rabid zombies that we see at a lot of the protests. I honestly think it was a different group. I think there are different groups coming in. This one, I thought I recognized the woman.
She seemed like more, I mean, I guess they're always weirdos, but she seemed more like, I mean, and I say this as a theater person, but she seemed more like theater geeky, like very weird singing kind of stuff happening.
The last time I was in DC was Turf Take Back Abortion Rights, or it wasn't the last time, but I remembered her from that protest. That was one where we went into like a Lib Fem protest where the TERFs went in and we had like TERF written on. So we were getting it from both sides. We were getting it from the left and the right at that protest. So this woman, I mean, I could be wrong, right? But because this time she had a mask, last time she didn't. But she was more of the variety of the right wing protesters. I could have sworn she was on the bullhorn a year earlier, saying trans rights start at conception. Okay, that was their mantra: trans rights start at conception. Trans rights start at conception. So I really think, like, you know, when they and Kara was part of that one, and Kara organized the DC, you know, Let Women Speak. So it would make sense that it might be her. I don't know. That was the feeling I got. So it was a different variety of. It wasn't like, I didn't feel like it was Antifa there. And then you know, of course, Philly had Antifa. And Philly, we had cultivated that location. So the first time we were at Philly, it was not that great. Okay, they were right up on us. But we developed a relationship with the police and the park rangers and the Department of Civil Affairs, and we didn't hire 2 professional security guards volunteered. So we had literally 3 layers of security in Philly. And it was really a wonderful feeling to be protected. Let me tell you, it was like, because I mean, I've been in situations where we aren't protected. And, you know, I will give like the drama away for protection, right? Like, I don't want to see, you know, like violence towards women or women in danger. So I really felt like you know, it's a solid location, the Liberty Bell. They will protect you. The one thing that really concerned me during the protest, first of all, Posey was about an hour late. So it was dragging, you know, the day out, right? I don't know what the reasons. I'm sure that she has a good reason. So while we were like waiting, the Department of Civil Affairs came up to me and said they have a permit too. And I know they don't have a permit because they don't have a permit until we get a permit, right? They can't even apply for a permit because the object of their game is to shut us down. So I said that to them, and then they said, you know, we don't know which one to honor. And I was like, you honor the one that I have because you know they're here counter protesting us. I don't have to explain who got the permit first. And so they called whoever, and then the state's attorney of Pennsylvania called the police and said that they had to honor their permit. And so what the police did there was interesting. They did like a bicycle maneuver where they kind of pushed us back. Luckily, we had a lot of space and we were able to go back, because if there were more people, we would have just been stuck with it. So they had infiltrated into the Let Women Speak area. And you know what happens when they infiltrate is that you get a bullhorn right in your ear. You get, you know, people waving things in your face. And I was like, no, I'm tired of that. I don't want these people near me. They're trying to hurt us. And so they did the bicycle maneuver, and then we moved back, right? So we gave space, right? That wasn't cool. But we had enough, so it's okay. So that was the only interesting thing that happened, of like, why the hell would the attorney general be interested in a, you know, not even 100 people, not even 100 women are gathering, and there's not even really, there was about 100 TRAs. So
who told you that? Who told you that the attorney had called, the district attorney had called?
2 of the men from the Department of Civil Affairs. So I afterwards, and then we went to the Khyber, and, you know, the Khyber Pass, and got kicked out. So that was a whole, you know, deal. We weren't making noise or anything. We were just sitting there waiting to take our order. I was about a half hour late because I had to go put the equipment away. And I think they may have followed me and my group, because the trouble started when I walked in. And, and first the bartender said something to me. And then, so I think what they did was they followed us. And when they realized we were going to the Khyber, they called the bar, and the bartender wouldn't seat me. And I was like, my group's already seated. So I kind of ignored her and kept going and sat down. And then Brittany, slightly twisted female, she was like, the waitress just said something, they're captured. And I was like, all right. So I got up and told the rest of the group. And there were, it's hard to move 30 people. So it was sort of like, well, let's just, kind of wait and see what happens if they serve us or not. But I'm thinking, I don't want to eat here if they, I don't want to eat this food. So I'm like already calculating in my head, like, I am not ordering a drink. I'm not ordering anything. And so I get up and go to the bathroom to check out the scene because I don't know where we're at, I don't know this bar. I've never been to this bar. So, and I want to see how many wokey people are there, because now we're like in the bowels of the bar, basically, And so I get up and I look around and I was like, it looked like a pretty mixed crowd to me. I didn't see too much blue hair. And then and I sat down and when I saw the guy approaching, he was practicing his little speech on how he's going to kick us out, mumbling it under his breath, going like, you ladies have to leave. So they kicked us out for being women and speaking about our rights at an event prior to this, right? So like, are they asking the men to see their hard drive before they order a sandwich? It's a total violation of our right to free speech and to women. I mean, discrimination for women. That's the Khyber Pass bar in Philly, just in case anybody's watching. So that, I mean, like the speakers corners, I have a love-hate relationship with the speakers corner, the Let Women Speak tour. It was disorganized, but we pulled it off. So like, there's a lot of things to be grateful for about it, but there's also like a lot of things that you would need serious preparation to do that. If anyone's considering doing that again, you need about at least 2 months to pull and each group organizing it, because what happened is Kelly J came, but all the American TERFs organized it with no communication. So that was a problem. And, it was totally unfair to the American TERFs, to be honest. I'm not happy about it. And I'm not one to be quiet when I'm not happy about something. Now, of course, we came and, we heard the call and delivered. That's for sure. The American TERFs, we should be patting ourselves on the back and, because we did a great job. We did. I mean, like what we pulled off, I have been doing, when I was younger for 10 years, I did events, I did concerts, I did, I have experience with events. So that's part of why I thought that my skills would, help in this fight. And to pull something like that off, what we pulled out and the budget that we pulled it off with, zero. There was zero budget. I mean, Jeanette paid, I don't know how much for those security guards. I mean, it probably ran her like $3,000. And like, there's a thing, like, there's this illusion that we're getting money and we're not. And it's like, the English TERFs, they might have a $5 system where everybody gives $5. The American people are not there yet. So it's literally like 30 women paying for all of this. And like, I want to have a good attitude, and I do, and I've done, obviously 50 freaking protests in 2 years. I have a good attitude, but like, I really want to start talking about what we're up against just as organizers, because like, it's not fair, and it's really hard to keep a positive attitude when you don't feel supported. And I mean, and I do feel supported on Twitter. I mean, I get a lot of like support, but financially, we are like at a deficit here. And it is, I find it very frustrating and appalling, you know, that like women that don't have a lot of money to begin with are scraping up their few little bit of money they have, and then, you know, like it's like, well, can we decide between security or gas in our car? You know, like it's, or the plane ticket there. When, I mean, there literally is only about 100 boots on the ground women in America. And like, I'm just, I don't know, you know, like I've thought a lot about this after Let Women Speak, after Port Townsend, you know, I mean, after getting injured in Port Townsend, that changed things for me. Because, you know, I'm living with pain now. And like, you know, we can't, like, we're going to lose people if we don't support them. And it's like, I mean, I'll never give up on the rights and privacy of women and girls. But, you know, like I want to do this, and I want, you know, I want it to grow. You know, I want people to show up. You know, like I thought when Posey came, we'd be seeing triple, quadruple our numbers. We didn't. We saw like an extra maybe 10, 15 women per city. And like that needs to, like, people need to start coming for, the women needs to start showing up, men need to start showing up. And you know, the woman that was on earlier, where they are pushing their problem on us and they don't want to deal with it. They need to show up too, you know, like, and not for us, because it's their freaking problem. And I'm sorry I didn't come in with like a kumbaya, I love, but
no, this is perfect. Keep going.
Needs to say it. You know, somebody needs to say it. And that's why I'm freaking here, because I'm the one that can say no. And I point at things and say what I see. So I'm not going to lie. I'm not lying for anyone. No one. Not Posey. Not anyone. You know, so, well, that's sort of the wrap up of the 3 protests I went to. You know, like you could ask me questions about Port Townsend or any of the other, I don't know, 40 or 20 this year. You know, so I know what I'm talking about. I know this, you know, terrain really well. You know, I've spent $30,000 of my own money. So I know exactly what I'm talking about. And like all that content that you see that, like, you know, you want to, you're like, oh, I want to support. We need money. That's what we need. The organizers are fantastic, but we're doing it on like a shoelace and a French fry. Yeah. So, yeah. I mean, I'm telling straight out, that's what we need. And you know, I mentioned this on Twitter. I said, you know, like we need a fund, or people that are keyboard warriors can start a fund, start a, you know, a board. And when they see women that are doing good work, donate, do the fundraising all year long, and then have a pot that you can go to. And I know, that's like, oh, they're not going to do that. We haven't asked them yet. We don't know what they're going to do.
And Jen, this is actually, I'm glad first of all, thank you for everything that you're saying. This is all very important context. Of course, I already know it, and we've talked about this privately, but this is good context for all of the women who are listening right now and who are going to be listening to this live stream later, who might not have realized just how much work went into putting on these events and other events like it outside of the tour, and especially not realize the financial risk and responsibility that women have been taking as individuals. It's a really big deal. And what you were just saying about a pot of money that maybe people could be putting into round the year so that it's available when the situation arises where we're going to do an event, or God forbid, one of our organizers is targeted, potentially legally, having that type of pot is really important. And that's actually what other activists do when they're organizing around other issues. That's a very well-known tactic and strategy that you can utilize, is having that money at the ready so that we can mobilize people for events, so we can protect our women who are taking these risks. And this might be a good role for women who are not comfortable being public, who don't want to be boots on the ground, whether it's because they can't risk it for their job or something with their family, or if they are living with chronic pain or a disability and they can't be boots on the ground, or if they just simply are looking for something to do that's low impact. This is a really great idea, starting to fundraise and get that money into the hands of women who can utilize it, who will go boots on the ground with it. I want to,
and it's separate. It takes away first of all, it's a job, one less job that the organizers have to do. It also takes away if you get a bunch of people together to do it, like a 5-part group, it takes away any like notion of that we're grifters or we're going to do something foolish with the money. It adds an extra layer. It takes on these are people that are also taking on some responsibility, and I think it's a really good way to fundraise, because then any boots on the ground person can say, we want to do a prison protest. And then you go to the fund and say how much, this is how many people we want. And then we have a system of developing larger and larger protests because we want to grow, right? And we're not going to grow if Amy can't pay her rent and, Kat, has a shoe left, like a freaking, you know what I mean? We're not going to grow if the organizers are tapped out. Right. Yeah. And eventually all of us will get tapped out because we're financing this whole thing.
Right.
And it's ridiculous that I'm donating my expertise, my time, and my money. Do I literally that is what's happening. And I want to say that it is, I'm still proud of what I did and proud to be doing this, and of course I did it anyway without help. We all did. But we're getting to the phase where you have fatigue from the boots on the ground people, and it's the same 30 women that keep showing up. So if we don't show up, it doesn't happen. And we all know it. Everybody in this room knows this. And it's just, okay, I'm going to be quiet. I've said enough. I've said enough.
No, thank you very much, Jennifer Thomas, for all that you said just now. Very important. I know you weren't here when Serendipity was here earlier, but one of the things she was talking about is how important it is to challenge dynamics, right? So what you were just doing is challenging some of the dynamics that went on and challenging us all to think about it in a more holistic way, providing context for those who weren't aware of some of it. Thank you so much for being here. I want you to stay with us if you can. Can you stay with us, Jennifer?
I can stay for about 20 more minutes.
Okay, we are going to try to come back to you before you go so that you can give us a parting thought. Madeline Geraldine, are you still with us? I know you're okay. Great. Wonderful. So really quickly, let me just announce that we have Jeanette Cooper and Jennifer De La Sega from Partners for Ethical Care here with us. And I know that Jennifer has a family birthday going on today, so she's going to have to leave us soon. But before we switch over to speaking with Jennifer and Jeanette, hearing about their work and also announcing some cool stuff with them, I want to give an opportunity for Yvette, Jen Ziggin, and Madeline to, if you can stay with us, let me know, and we'll loop you in after Jennifer De La Sega goes, because we want to give her time before she has to go to her birthday party. If you need to go now, let me know, and we'll put you up first. So Yvette, Madeline, and Jen Ziggin, where are you at? Do you need to go to, do you want to speak right this moment?
I can go.
Jen Ziggin, you'd like to go now? Okay, great. Thank you so much, Jen. Whenever you are ready, you go ahead and begin. And I'm gonna put you on full screen. And we will hear from Jen Ziggin, a New York City lesbian activist and organizer, dear friend of mine. Whenever you're ready, you're up.
So this is what I would have said, or what I was trying to say at Speaker's Corner, but everything was too loud and chaotic. So, as a lesbian New Yorker, I want to talk about the New York City Dike March. I went to the march back in 2019 with a group of women. One of us was wearing a t-shirt with the definition of lesbian on it, because, you know, Dike March. Lesbian, adult, human, female, homosexual? No, not welcome here. Trans rights activists and organizers of the march were all over us immediately when they saw it, stepping on our feet, not letting us walk or exist. They also didn't approve of our banner stating Stormy DeLavere, a black female homosexual, started Stonewall. Personally, I believe Marilyn Fowler started the riot. You can look her up. You'll find that she's the only female name on the police report. Regardless, it was a woman, definitely not Marsha or Sylvia. Well, we were barred. They didn't let us through, and at that point, we didn't want to be part of it. Casted out for being transphobes, actual lesbians. Meanwhile, there were signs like, "Will suck dick for the revolution" present. In the words of Lynn Farley, a lesbian rights activist, writer, and the woman who coined the term sexual harassment, "You know, I've been in this movement since 1969. I marched in the first Christopher Street Liberation Day March. It's important to remember, and I think this is the time to do it, that it was a woman, a lesbian woman, who refused to get in the paddy wagon at the Stonewall and started the Stonewall riots, and where the movement all began, and it started with lesbians. I also want to say that it was a lesbian group that led the first march up Fifth Avenue on a sunny Sunday afternoon for all the world to see. Now, year after year, since that first march, women have to fight for their place in line. We are not recognized in our own movement. We are invisible, and part of what this rally is all about today is to show ourselves and the world that we've been the leaders of this movement all along, and that, damn it, we're going to stand up and take our own rights into our own hands from now on." That was spoken in the 70s. What changed? Nothing's changed. When are we women going to finally take our own rights into our own hands? We all know what a lesbian and woman is. Some people forgot, so I'm glad we're all here to remind them. Our bathrooms aren't a place for men to jerk off in. Our prisons weren't meant for us to get pregnant in. Our sports weren't meant for mediocre men to compete in. Our dyke marches weren't supposed to center straight men. And that's it.
We're all muted, but we're all applauding for you and saying yes. Thank you so much, Jen, for sharing that with us. Very powerful, especially to have your perspective as a New York City lesbian who has watched this movement encroach upon the few remaining spaces that there were for lesbians in New York City. Thank you for your courage, for speaking out on this issue, not just today, but all days, because I know you're always speaking about this. Thank you very much.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely, always, of course. I want to also, Madeline is going to have to leave us soon. And it was so great to hear her story earlier. She gives a very unique perspective of what happened when she walked up to the New York City Speaker's Corner. She wasn't actually able to make it inside to the protest because of how crazy it was. And her and her husband actually encountered Kelly J. Keene outside on the street while she was trying to get in. So she has a very unique story. If you didn't get to hear it in the beginning, or if you're listening to this after the fact, make sure you go back and listen to her story in the beginning. But I want to give her an opportunity before she leaves to share her speech with us, because I found it to be so incredibly moving and powerful, especially the way it called upon her lineages before her, like so many of the other women did in their speeches as well, like Maria did. So Madeline, whenever you are ready, you can go right ahead and let's get you off of mute, and I will put you on full screen.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm just going to read the very last part of my speech. I'll just say, too, the beginning part was very, very personal and hard for me to even record and share about my experience as witness to my mother, who really became a victim, true victim to the medical industrial complex, and is in a nursing home now, a disabled lesbian mother of 5. And the way that I watched doctors and all of these people who were supposed to help her, heal her really holistically, I saw her be used and abused by this system my entire life. So that really informs my point of view here. And then at the end here, I think this is where I'll share. I will not affirm a lie to save my reputation in polite society on behalf of a transhumanist fantasy, a corporate coup d'etat that promises euphoria to our children and delivers only pain, infertility, and lifelong suffering. No child's consciousness is accidentally trapped in the wrong body, and everybody knows that. We omit our inner knowing at the peril of our own children. So long as we are alive, our intuition never dies. We either become an expert at repressing it or an expert at honoring it. I'm here for my babies who've lost half their family to the gender cult and whose very sense of reality is the bottom line of this corporate agenda. Our children are not for sale. I'm Madeline Geraldine, named after the great-great-great-grand relative of a witch healer named Geraldine. The American Medical Association was founded on the genocide of such women healers. They have no moral authority here. We women do. I am a woman. I don't need any other accolades or identities to claim my place on this planet. I have a God-given right to my sacred boundaries because I'm alive. I am a woman and I say no. So if you want to see the full speech, it's up on my Instagram at Madeline Geraldine. That's me. Thank you so much. I really just want to thank everyone who's here in this chat and everybody who's watching. And you've all been such an inspiration, and love the work that you're doing. If I did have one last thing to say that I've been
absolutely
here in my heart is that that I really do feel that when we establish our goal, which I think we've made pretty clear, that we are for women, we're for our children and what is essentially real and whole. We've already done that, and that creates a space in this energy field that every time that we talk, we step in that space. So we're already there. We already have it, and we're just building and building and building, but it's already there. So that to me is success. I feel successful. I feel like we can walk in and sit in our liberation. And that's what with like this power that's building here is just so incredible. So thank you. Thank you all so much.
Wow, that's a really beautiful last thought for us. Thank you so much, Madeline Geraldine. Thank you for sharing with us. Thank you for being there that day, for witnessing, for building a public record of dissent with us, for joining us here publicly, not just on this call, but now adding your voice to this larger conversation. We are grateful to have you with us.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, everyone, that was Madeline Geraldine. Really quickly, I want to take 1 second. I was going to do this earlier in the beginning of the stream, but I have just added some new sticker designs to the store on stopfemaleerasure.com, and some of them are based on some of the posters and messages that you saw in New York City. This one says, women say no to men and women's sports, bathrooms, locker rooms, change rooms, prisons, and rape shelters. This is the public record of our dissent that, quote, popularized by Amy Sousa in Tacoma, myself in New York. Now women are saying this all around the world. And also this sign as well, it's based on the one behind me here. Trans rights equals big pharma, corporations, big banks, United Nations, propaganda, World Economic Forum. Now, this is the poster that Gina was holding in one of the photos that she was in, and the New York City Antifa felt the need to censor the words on the poster. They are very threatened by this message, so because it threatens them, we should keep putting it up wherever we can. I also have the Woman is Not a Debate, Sex-Based Rights for Women and Girls. And it says You Came from a Woman on it as well. You can get all three of those on the website right now, as well as this one, Women and Girls Have a Right to Female-Only Spaces. This was a very popular one. And then I have updated the classic Stop Female Erasure design here. I've went through, cleaned it up, added some of the new dehumanizing language that they're using for us. These are all available on the website. And if you order and mention this live stream, or if you mention Amy Sousa or Known Heretic, anything about this live stream today, I will send you a free gift with the order. And just know, it's not like I'm making money on these. At the very least, this is helping me recoup some of the costs for both of my websites, stopfemaleerasure.com, the deprogrammer.com. I've also invested, I don't know how many almost said hundreds of thousands. No, it hasn't gotten to that point. It never will, because I'll never have that much money, but I have invested thousands of dollars at this point into doing this organizing work. So if you appreciate the work that's coming from me, please support, and also go to the deprogrammer.com to view banned videos. I just had YouTube take down 2 more videos. If they keep taking them down, I'm going to have nothing left on my channel. But go to the Deprogrammer on YouTube to watch all those videos, like them, share them with people, and then go to the deprogrammer.com, where you can find, I think, 5 or 6 different banned videos, including 2 deep dive investigations into the adults and the Brooklyn nightclub who facilitated the abuse and exploitation of 11-year-old boy Desmond Nopolis, also known as, quote, Desmond is Amazing, the drag boy, the quote drag boy that they put all over mainstream media exploiting him. I did 2 unique exposés on that. You can't find that information anywhere else, and now you can no longer find it on YouTube. Thank you for bearing with me for a little bit of that promotion. Please go order the stickers, free gifts for everyone that does. Thank you so much. And now, without further ado, I would love to formally introduce Jennifer De La Sega from Partners for Ethical Care, and also Jeanette Cooper. She is also a co-founder. And actually, shout out, we have another co-founder who was in the chat. I don't know if you are still there, Alex Aaron. But thank you for being here, and thank you for your work with PEC. Are Jennifer and Jeanette, can you take yourselves off of mute, or do I have to do that?
I think I did it.
Let's let Amy do that. I'm going to introduce Jeanette, and then maybe while I'm doing that, Amy, if you can pull up a bio for Jennifer, I can, but let me introduce Jeanette Cooper. She is a mother of a daughter whom the court has prohibited her from visiting due to a claim that her daughter is transgender and felt unsafe with her. Jeanette is involved with International Partners for Ethical Care. They are a nonprofit organization operated entirely by volunteers. Their mission is to raise awareness and support efforts to stop the unethical treatment of children by schools, hospitals, mental and medical health care providers, all under the duplicitous banner of gender identity affirmation. Jeanette's work is truly incredible. You might have seen her before. She was a speaker at the Courage Calls to Courage public library event in Madison, Wisconsin. super powerful speaker. She also spoke in front of the United Nations headquarters with us back in March. Her speech was so freaking powerful. If you haven't heard it, and Jennifer's as well, go back and watch the video from that event. It's a must hear. Her cadence and everything. She's such a powerful speaker. Amy, do you have a bio up for Jennifer?
Yes, Jennifer De La Sega is an artist. She is a mother. She is a Washington State resident whose child was pressured into a trans identity by the internet and school counselors. This was kept from her and her husband. Jennifer now runs Partners for Ethical Care, an advocacy group working for better mental health care for vulnerable children. Of course, Jennifer is a longtime organizer and activist. She was with us in Washington, D.C., protesting Biden's executive order. She was also with us at the United Nations. She was with me in Port Townsend, although she wasn't able to attend the event. She was being a house and den mother for our activism the evening before. She, of course, also organized with you and I in New York City this year.
And one more thing about Jeanette Cooper, she was one of the incredible organizers for the Chicago Speakers Corner. And Jen Thomas mentioned earlier, but I want to say it again. Jeanette reached into her own pockets and really dug deep to make sure that there was security to keep women safe at the event. So thank you so much, Jeanette, for doing that. Thank you for all the work that you do around this issue, and welcome to both you and Jennifer.
Thank you.
Thank you for that lovely welcome.
Yeah, it is lovely. Jennifer and I, we thoroughly enjoy our work, spending time together and organizing with women in general. It's amazing, really, and kind of utopian in a way. It's something that, you know, people have a vision of organizing with women, of spending time with women, of kind of collaborating and coordinating things. And I'm promising you, you can live out your dream if you wish to do that and work only with women. It is possible. So there are many events that you can get involved in around this issue that you will work only with women. And it's really wonderful to be able to take part in some of those events and do some of those things together if you want to do that.
Yes.
Go ahead. You guys have the floor.
We have the floor. Did we want to just briefly mention our event coming up in April?
Yeah, I can introduce that a little bit, and then Jennifer, you can talk a little bit more. So we're having an event on April 20th, 2023 in Austin, Texas. It's an evening panel at a yet undisclosed location. It's a private location with parking, quite nice, you know, seating a few hundred people. So we've started selling tickets for that. We're having a panel discussion, really kind of bringing people from the base of how you even get a concept of gender identity in the public sphere, and then how it kind of oozes into everything that we're doing, and then what kind of actions that we can take as individuals or as leaders of groups to kind of push back against that and to solidify what we all know is true, which is gender identity does not exist, should not exist as a concept, and that our sex bodies are real and unchangeable and immutable. So it really takes those conceptual things, educates people, takes them kind of a step further, brings some stories to their ears, some experiences, some vocabulary, things that they can then take home and spread to kind of the rest of their network. So we're hoping for a wide audience. You know, we have people actually buying tickets who are coming from all over the U.S., which is kind of nice. But we're gonna hit hard in the people around Texas. Oklahoma's doing some nice things around legislation, so we'd like to see that. But yeah, we're excited to welcome all kinds of people. Of course, a lot of parents and women in general. Coming to just learn a little bit more about the gender industry, how it functions, and how we're going to completely annihilate it.
Love that part.
Yeah, annihilate is good. It's a good word. Yeah, and of course, as others have mentioned on this live stream, everything takes money. So we will be doing some fundraising working up to this event. We are funded completely off of all of our individual donors. As Jeanette said, we are all volunteers, so none of us are getting paid for this. We are just doing this because we think it's that important. We will have 4 live streams, Saturday night live stream coming up. The first one will be the 14th of January, and Miss Amy Sousa will be moderating. And we will have, on these 4 separate live streams, we'll have a topic of discussion. It'll be sort of a variety show style. And we will be having all the different panelists on, along with some very special guests. We wish we could have so many people speak on our panel, but there is only so much time. So we're trying to bring in some other people to these live streams because there's a lot of important voices that people need to hear from and need to know about the great work that they're doing and be inspired and be able to go on and educate others as well. So the first one, January 14th, put that on your calendar, 6 p.m. Pacific time. That's coming up.
Yeah, and I do want to, if you're a fan of these live streams, you can get that vibe again with more people over on the Partners for Ethical Care YouTube. And if you aren't subscribed to their YouTube channel yet, please go over and do that now and make sure you click the little bell to get updates so that you know when the live streams are happening. I know you don't want to miss Amy Sousa as host. I'm also going to be hosting one of the dates. Alex Aaron is going to be hosting a date, and hopefully we're going to have Isabella Malbin host one of the live streams as well. So make sure you're subscribed to the YouTube so you can catch up with all of us. Back over to you, Jennifer and Jeanette.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, these Saturday night live streams, a lot of times that we're talking about this topic, it's a pretty heavy topic. And so we're going to try to make it quite fun, actually. So it'll be something a little bit different, a little bit something that you really probably haven't experienced around this topic. A lot of the times that we talk, it's quite serious. Somebody might make a small joke or something, but we're really going to be pretty intentional about trying to bring some, humor and lightness to offset a lot of the weight of the things that we're talking about, because we have to have that as human beings. So yeah, we're excited about that. I'm excited about the Saturday night live streams. I'll be there at each one, kind of bringing us to our ultimate goal, which is to raise $10,000 over the 4 live streams. It really does take actual cash to bring people all to one location. In Austin, Texas, it really does cost money to do that. And so we feel like that's important to us. And so we're asking for people to donate to be able to help that happen. The event itself will not be live streamed at that time. We're going to record and make available afterward for a small donation after we've made sure that the audio and visual and everything is great. We're going to make that available online for a small donation. But we want to be able to keep that location secret and safe for the people who are attending. So yeah, we're pretty excited about doing all of that, but it does cost real money. And so I'm going to beg and plead and do anything that really is necessary to get you to donate to help make that event possible. I know that Jennifer is really excited to, she already shared it with me. So I'm not going to listen. That's not true. So I heard Jennifer's speech earlier that she was going to share in New York. And so I would like to invite her to speak and to share the speech that she didn't get a chance to share when we were in New York City, because it's really powerful.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Kat and Amy, for giving me this opportunity to speak and be heard. I wish we could have heard all the women who spoke and who wanted to speak. None of us are coming from a position of hate. Nothing we wanted to say would harm anyone. Quite the opposite. So to start my speech, my name is Jennifer, and this is a public record of my dissent. Woo! I am a woman, a fact you can plainly see. Being a woman makes me uniquely positioned to become and be a mother. I want to talk about mothers. It is the mothers who are attacked first in attempts to take down a society. In this attack on our society, mothers are being wrongly painted as villains for standing up against unfathomable forces to protect our children. We are told we are the problem, unsupportive, abusive. None of this is true. When something goes wrong, mothers bear the full responsibility, but mothers who attempt to intervene before something goes wrong are told they don't have the authority to intervene because they are just a mother. We mothers, we've been taught not to trust ourselves. Our natural gut instincts. Oh, shoot, sorry. Darn it.
You're okay. Start that line over, Jennifer.
Okay. We mothers, we've been taught not to trust ourselves. Our natural gut instincts, the ones that have continued our species through millennia. Mothers have been told they need to outsource all of their decisions to the experts, those who profit from our insecurity, those confusing and destabilizing us. Transgender is a marketing term that has been injected into and is poisoning our culture, like these children are being injected with drugs that are poisonous to their bodies. I don't know one mother in affirming circles or not who has not had questions when their child declares that they have some opposite sex spirit living inside of them that makes them something other than what they have always been. In these affirming groups, questions are absolutely not allowed. Anyone who questions is mobbed and told to correct their thinking. Parents are told in no uncertain terms to ignore or override their natural feelings and that they may even be harming their child. We should be able to have questions and discuss our fears. We should be wary of anyone who tells us we shouldn't. Nothing and no one is so fragile that they can't withstand questioning. It doesn't magically make people disappear out of existence if you disagree with their perception of themselves. That is a ridiculous notion. The mothers I've met through this experience are warrior moms, some of the strongest I know. We fight for our children, for all of the children, against powerful forces that want to tear us down, shake our foundations, and take our children from us because we are concerned about their long-term health and happiness. We know them. They came from our bodies. That kind of knowing can't be usurped. In the end, we are the ones who are there, waiting to catch them, wrap them in our arms, bring them home, kiss their wounds, and make them feel whole again. We are not the villains in their story. We are the ones who will reflect the truth because we know enabling a lie is not helping them. The people who teach our children that we are a danger to them, these people are the real danger. I'm calling on you, mothers. Listen to your intuition. The children are not our leaders. You are not learning from them. That is not the natural order of things. Your children need you to guide them and lead them, and you need to trust you can do it. You can. Don't let anyone tell you aren't good enough. Don't say you are just a mother. You are a mother. This is a sacred role. You need no training for this. It comes naturally. You were trained by evolution. There is no stronger instinct, not a more powerful motivator than the one to protect our children. No doctor, no therapist, no teacher, no other person loves and understands our children like we do. We are the mothers. This is what we were made for. Mothers are here in this fight. We are doing our damnedest to protect our children. Even if you don't see most of us in public, we are here and we are many. Every day we grow in numbers as more of our children are seduced into this madness. We won't be erased and we will never give up. My daughter is desisted. She is safe now as much as she can be, but this movement, this social sickness affects us all. I'm in this fight because I see no other option. As psychiatrist and MD Dr. Miriam Grossman recently said, I know too much. Thank you so much for listening.
Woo! Jennifer is amazing.
Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much, Jennifer. Thank you for the passion that you bring.
Thank you so much for letting me say that. And like I said, I wish we could have heard every other woman who wanted to speak, because I know they all really put together some amazing words. And the ones we did get to hear were just awesome. So thank you.
Yeah, that was just incredible. And when we were there that day in New York, there's some footage. I posted it on Twitter at some point, but the juxtaposition of the crowd screaming and going nuts and being violent and vicious and spitting and just doing everything to try to get past the police with the intent to harm women, at the exact same time that's going on, we pan the camera over and zoom in on Jennifer, and you can hear her attempting to be heard, to give her speech, and the juxtaposition between the power of her words and then the vitriol that you see coming from them, it really hits you. And it really just shows you, that we are motivated from a place of love. That is why all of us come to the table, no matter how angry we get, or can sometimes feel hatred or feel, sick to our stomachs over this. Ultimately, what is motivating us, what is bringing us to this table is love and the will and the need to defend children. So thank you to Jennifer for representing all of the mothers. Just a phenomenal speech from you, as always.
I love it so much. I love what you said, Jennifer. And I love what Jennifer always really underscores. I put up this quote here. You need no training for this. You are a mother. You were trained by evolution. And I think if anyone doesn't already watch it, Jennifer's podcast, The Witness, she talks about the power of mothers always. And I think this is so important, not to outsource your authority as a parent. You are the one who knows your child the best. There are so many experts, so-called experts right now, telling parents that they are the expert on your child. But if you are the parent, you are the expert and the authority on your child, and you need to trust your own parental instincts and your own mother's intuition. I think that is so urgent for everyone to remember. Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you. And I just want to say one more thing. Mothers actually are the best support for other mothers, especially mothers going through this, because we know what's happening. We know intimately what's happening with it. So I just wanted to put that out there as well.
Yeah, thank you, Jennifer. And if you or Jeanette could say, if there are mothers or grandmothers out there listening right now who are struggling and suffering by themselves, what can they do to find support?
Well, you can contact partnersforethicalcare.com. We'll give you quite a few resources. I actually run a group with another mom who's in the chat, actually, that is called, it's on Facebook, where the rest of us over 40s are. It's called Concerned Parents of Transgender, Non-Binary Kids, Teens, and Young Adults. And what it is kind of a discussion group, a discernment group, a kind of growth group. So what we're interested in is parents coming wherever they are and growing in all kinds of ways as women and as people, and it's all kinds of parents. It's mostly mothers though, and we all kind of help each other. It's a beautiful place to be, where people can come in whatever place they are, whether they're, they might have led their child, without any understanding down a path of kind of affirmation and transition. And they might have realized at some point, I'm not sure this is the right thing to do. And those moms are welcome in our group, of course. I mean, all mothers and all parents are welcome in our group to kind of discern what is the right thing and to make sure that they have the social support to be able to go through that process and not let us make decisions for them, but for them to take control of what Jennifer describes, which is their own intuition on what is right for children and for their children. Because we know that if you give parents that space and you give mothers that space and that support, they're going to make the right decisions. If they're not bullied by all kinds of people around them, they're going to do what is evolutionarily right, which is to protect the health and well-being of their children.
That's why we're all here today, because of our mothers.
I want to call attention to Jennifer's artwork. So if you haven't seen it, it's on the Partners for Ethical Care site. So her piece on mothers, the power of mothers, is actually an art piece also. So you can go to our website. We have, buttons, mother buttons, and posters and stickers and all kinds of stuff like that. So if you're interested in that, she republishes it. This is the second year, 2022. She's republished The Power of Mothers. She has a kind of an updated graphic for that, and it's amazing. So if you're looking for kind of a gift for a mother that you love, please consider sending something around the power of mothers. I know we've given away so many buttons to people. I don't know if we've given one to you, no puberty blockers for children, but if I haven't sent you one, please let me know and I'll send you a button.
And also, Jeanette has this book available. You can get it at deardaughterlovemom.com. This makes a really great Christmas present or a present for any holiday you celebrate or just because. I find this book really powerful. These are letters written, dear daughter, letters written from mom, and if you go through this, I like to pick it up and find one or two randomly and just read it whenever I feel like I need a little bit of encouragement or boost. Not all of us have supporting mothers, myself included. So this is a nice book because it gives little notes of encouragement and support. And I especially like that it addresses all the myriad and different ways that you can be a woman, that you can be a daughter, and be embodied, and you don't have to fall into the trappings of the gender identity cult or any other movement that is making you feel like you are lesser than. So, if you are looking for movement that is making you feel you are lesser. Oh, sorry. If you are looking for holiday gifts this year, support your local female activists. Well, we're all local to each other online, right? So check out Dear Daughter, Love Mom. Check out Jennifer's work with The Power of Mothers. Again, if you go and buy my stickers now, you will receive a free gift. Mention Amy or this live stream. It's really crucial that we all be supporting one another. And why not buy from each other instead of supporting these big corporations that are the ones that are supporting this agenda? So whenever we can buy internally, let's do that. That's how we can exercise our spending power. So back over to you, Amy. It looks like you are about to speak.
Well, I was just gonna say let's finish with our last speeches of anyone else who wants to share their speeches from NYC. Yvette, let's go to you. And
do you mind if I interrupt and share?
Yeah,
one?
yeah.
Yvette, I'm a terrible person because I'm interrupting you. But Yvette can say whether she has time or she needs to go. I want to make sure.
She has time.
Yeah, okay.
I have time.
Thanks,
okay,
Jennifer.
I appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Jennifer.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Bye, everybody. Thank you, all amazing women who were in here in the chat. Everybody, thank you so much and have a wonderful day. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
You too. Bye-bye.
All right. I made a joke about me not listening to Jennifer's speech because I already heard it earlier today when we shared it together on the phone, but she just left, and I guess, she already heard mine and she wasn't there anymore.
It's worth hearing multiple times. That's so good.
Yeah.
Let's go over to Jeanette. I'm going to mute all of the rest of us. We're going to put Jeanette up big on the screen because she's actually very small.
I know, I'm a really small.
Make Jeanette very big. And whenever you're ready, please go ahead and start sharing your speech with us.
Yeah, I appreciate it so much. So this is the speech that I would have given in New York City. My name is Jeanette, and this is the public record of my dissent to the erasure of women and girls. I am here to defend women and girls. This is sisterhood. You are my sisters and I am your sister, and we are here together in this place at this moment with these beautiful women. You have brought signs and smiles and a stampede of sisterhood from Los Angeles to New York City. And this is sisterhood. Standing here today, standing for women, standing for girls, standing forever. For every girl, every woman, every sister is included in our sisterhood. Every girl who cuts her hair short, every woman without a bra, every hairy-legged, hairy-faced, raspy-voiced woman who has looked for something better than this femaleness that she possesses, there is nothing better than this. Because this is sisterhood. I have asked you in Madison, Wisconsin, and I asked you in Chicago, and I will ask you again here in New York City. I ask you, my sisters, to consider every woman as a sister, one who was born into sisterhood, just as you were, as I was, from the time of your conception to the moment of your birth, female, and thus deserving of space in our sisterhood. Every woman, no matter what action she takes in defense of herself or others, is part of our sisterhood and will never be shamed or shunned because she is our sister. Every female, no matter what she claims to identify as, is part of our sisterhood. And though she may not see the power within her own female body, that power that cannot be suppressed by puberty blockers and testosterone, that power that did not disappear when her breasts were removed, that power that does not reside in her uterus, that power that bleeds from every cell in her body, though she may not see that power at this moment, we will hold space for her to be with us in sisterhood. When she comes to realize her own power, she will claim the sisterhood that she deserves. And we, my sisters, will warmly welcome her back home. In this space at this moment, sisters, let me hear your voices shout loud enough for every girl, every woman to hear the call home. Let me hear you say it, sisterhood.
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 Oh, I love it so much. I love it. I love it. There is nothing better than this because this is sisterhood. For what was it? For every hairy-legged,
hairy-legged, raspy-voiced.
I love it.
It's nice. It's nice to be forced to write a speech. You know, when you have a moment and you're forced to do something, it makes you pick a topic, pick something that you want to say and say it.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's something nice about, you know, the free speech events and just events in general. A little bit like third grade when you had to do some sort of project. It forces you to do something. And it's nice to have those deadlines and those moments, and you're able to create something that then kind of lives on in your mom's basement because it's your third grade project, or online here, which is kind of nice.
Well, and I love what I've heard you say before about sisterhood is that every sister deserves compassion, and
Yes.
maybe I can't give compassion to a certain sister because of something that's going on between us, but there is another woman to offer her compassion.
Yes.
So even if I can't give it to her, I hope that my other sisters can show up for her.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I talked about that in Madison.
Yeah, I remember.
It's Sisters for Sisters. I'm not capable of having compassion for the stepmother who is currently trying to parent my only child. I don't have it for her, not today.
Yeah.
So I hope that other people can have it for her.
Yeah. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Jeanette. Very powerful. And also you are a poet, a spoken word poetress. Very quickly, Gina Hoke has to be leaving us. So I wanted to give Gina an opportunity. If you wanted to say a parting word or anything you want, even if it's just by whatever you can fit in, go right ahead. You have the floor, and then we'll switch back.
I just wanted to say thank you for inviting me here today. Everybody had powerful speeches. Every single one of you, every one of you showed up, has donated money, has retweeted or shared something. Like, I really appreciate every single one of you that care and are showing up and doing the work, because we're nothing without each other. So thank you.
Thanks, Gina. Thank you
Thank
so
you
much.
so much, Gina. I'll talk to you soon. Bye-bye. All right. Jeanette, do you have to be leaving us? I know it looked like you were.
No, I'm a bit like a rash. You can't really get rid of me once you get me.
Okay, good. Stay with us. I want to open the floor up to Yvette. She wants to share an excerpt of part of her speech. She has some words for us. And then in the meantime, to Amanda Stuhlman, thank you for waiting so patiently with us. She's been on since the beginning of the call. She gave an incredible wrap up of some of her organizing work with this event. And we want to give Amanda another opportunity to tell us about what's going on around the prison issue right now. And if there's anything that we really need to know about, there always is. And then we'll also let Jen and Maria, I know it looks like they're cooking dinner right now, but we'll let them have an opportunity to give us a parting word in just a minute as well. As Amy sorry, I'm pronouncing it wrong. Amy K, I'll just say that so I don't pronounce it wrong. And then Jeanette as well. So be prepared to give your parting words because we're going to be wrapping up this live stream. But Yvette, let's take you off of mute and welcome back into the stream. Thank you for being with us today. Yvette is a grandmother of a trans-identified child. She came to New York City from Albuquerque to speak out with us at the Speaker's Corner, and she is a very powerful voice. She's got a really great analysis on this as well. Yvette, let's over to you. Thank you so much. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Thank you. I had already gone to LA, and when I was on my way or was going to be going to New York, it really struck me how privileged I am to be able to go and do this not only once, but twice. So this started from that feeling. I am here on behalf of all the women who can't be here today. I am here for my grandmother, mother, aunts, sisters, my daughter, granddaughters, nieces, and my daughters-in-law. I'm here for the women who don't live here, who can't afford to travel, who can't get the time off of work, for those who don't have someone to stay with the children or their elderly parents. I am here for women who can't be here because they are in prison. I am here for the women who are too afraid to speak, can't afford risking being seen sharing her voice, or fear violence for speaking up. I am here for children who are being taught that liking pink makes them a girl, or liking trucks makes them a boy. I am here for the future lesbians and gay men. I am here for every woman who needs a woman-only domestic violence or rape crisis center, for women in prison who are housed with a male rapist and no one seems to care. I am here for young female athletes who are coerced to pretend that they consent to competing with males and undressing in their presence. They don't. Women exist for our own purposes. We are not incomplete men. We are not Mr. Potato Head with eyelashes and a bow on her head. We don't exist to validate men's feelings and fantasies. My underwear is not anyone's cotton ceiling. It is ludicrous that transgender ideology demands these things of us. We say no. Every human being first experiences rhythm through the heartbeat of a woman. Her movements, her voice, her blood nurtures life. Our bodies, our strength brings life to fruition and nourishes it after birth. My grandmother was in high school when women got the right to vote in the United States. We've come a long way, and now we are sliding back through the guise of inclusion and pressure to be nice. I have the privilege of being able to be here, unlike many of our sisters. Today, these amazing women here with me and I are standing our ground for all women. This is the public record of our dissent.
Woo!
Thank you.
I love it. I love it. I love that so much.
All right. Amy could not contain herself.
Don't contain yourself.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Yvette. Thank you for sharing. It's so great to get to hear what you have to say. And thank you for coming all the way to New York to support the event, to make your voice heard. Just awesome. If there's anything else you want to say and give any parting words, you are welcome to do that now.
I'm just so thankful for every woman involved here. Not only, those of us speaking here, but those who are watching and those in the chat. Our power comes from community.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Well, you're welcome to stay on and sit with us, but we are going to be wrapping up here very shortly. We want to, as I had mentioned before, hear parting words from the rest of the women. Amy, it looks like you have to go, or you want to say something now? You come right on. Let's get you off of mute. Okay.
I have to jump off. So my parting words are a song that I worked on for Let Women Speak, but I don't have much of a voice, so I'm going to recite it. And I'm sure you'll know the tune.
Cool.
I'm sure you'll know the tune. I am woman, hear me roar, the kind autogynephiles of whore. And I know we must protect all our children, because I've seen them in our spaces, the groomers and glitter faces. No one's ever going to placate my opinion. Oh, yes, I am wise, but it's wisdom born with pain. Yes, my loins bear life, and yours are not the same. Because I have to, I'll stop this lunacy. I'm strong, I'm invincible, I am woman. You insult and appropriate me, because it serves you to berate me. The future of our children is at hand. Medical ethics in question. Has profit surpassed judgment? Because the answer's too evil to comprehend. Oh, yes, I'm wise. It's wisdom born with pain. Yes, my loins bear life, and yours are not the same. Because I have to, I'll stop this lunacy. I'm strong. I am invincible. I am woman. I am woman. I am mother. There will never be another who will love her children and fight for family. Like a honey badger, my fierceness will go stronger until I make the masses understand. Oh, yes, I am wise, but it's wisdom born of pain. Yes, my loins bear life, and yours are not the same. Because I have to, I'll stop this lunacy. So, thank you for letting me share.
All right.
I heard that Amy Sousa has a great singing voice, so she can have it if she likes.
I will. Good. I will. I'll be singing that later.
That was great, Amy. Thank you so much. So creative. I love to hear not just our fierce, powerful, protective speeches, but also something like that was extremely creative and shows another side of you. For all of us, it's like we only get to show one part of ourselves. So I think it's so important that we make room for each other as whole, holistic beings who are so much more than just a voice of resistance to this. We are creative. We are talented women. So thank you so much, Amy, for being here with us today.
Thank you. And this brings out the best of us in each and every one of us. So when we have a mission, we just rise higher.
Yes.
So, all right. Thank you so much. It's been my honor sharing this afternoon with you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Amy. I'll talk to you soon.
Okay.
Wow.
Thanks.
Bye-bye. All right. That was so cool. I love it. We need more poetry and songs. Of course, Jeanette's speeches are poems, so I don't know, maybe we can have more of that. I really like that vibe. Everyone's speeches today have been so powerful. I want to turn the platform over to Amanda Stuhlman. our amazing, fearless director of Keep Prison Single Sex USA. Her work is absolutely phenomenal. She is a lifeline for women who are incarcerated, forced to be housed with males, violent male rapists and murderers, abusers of all types. Her work is extremely important. Thank you for everything you do, Amanda. You have the floor.
Thank you, Kay Yang. I had planned to share statements from incarcerated women at the Let Women Speak event in either Philly or New York. I had planned to go to Philly as well, which didn't happen. As I was pulling out the statements this week to prepare for today, I actually thought of that precise clip, Kay Yang, that you just referenced and that you had circulated on Twitter. And as Kay Yang describes, it starts out by showing the protesters chanting that some kind of sex is better than apparently other kinds of sex, which I struggle to understand what it means, but probably should just let it go.
Oh, right. They were saying trans sex is better sex, right?
Yeah, yeah. And then in the middle of that sort of horror show, the camera pans to Jennifer, who was talking in a small circle of women, and I was among them, and included me. And we were just there, kind of holding the space in this lovely little bubble amid the chaos that was going on around us. And I'm so thankful that you arranged to do this and gave opportunities for people to say what they were going to say. But I think we all agree that something really special happens when you're there in person, right? Which is why we do it, even if it's hard or expensive and takes a lot of legwork. So I'm going to go ahead and share what, just a couple of clips of portions of what I would have shared speaking for myself, but it feels a little bit like cheating the incarcerated women who more than most understand the nature of communal space to sort of read their words in an electronic sort of ether space. And I'm going to save their statements for when some of us can be together in person, because I know we're all planning on doing more of this. And in fact, some of us had planned to do prison events even last year, and got a little overtaken by the Let Women Speak tour. So we will revisit that, I'm sure. The women who provided those statements knew the sort of environment that we intended to present them in. So I want to save that for them so that they can have that. So what I had shared as sort of an alternative was just to highlight, and this is going to be a little more dry, at least in parts, highlight some portions of a law that was pending in New York State last year that I anticipate will be reintroduced next month when the legislative session begins, a new legislative session. And this is important not just for New Yorkers, but really for everyone in the US, because it shows that there is no let up on initiatives to enshrine gender ideology in law, and the sheer audacity of the legislation and government policy, which is still being pushed out on an unsuspecting public. And in New York State, the law that was kicking around in committee but didn't make it to the floor last year, but again is likely to be reintroduced, is entirely self-ID. And anyone who self-identifies as transgender, gender nonconforming, non-binary, or intersex, and yes, you can self-identify as having a chromosomal disorder, is covered under this law. And unlike other state laws which have been proposed or enacted in the prison arena, this one provides that inmates will be presumptively placed in accordance with their self-attested gender identity unless the person opts out of such placement. And it has the usual bases for what cannot impact a denial, what you can't take into consideration for denying cross-sex housing. So the usual, biology doesn't matter, sexual orientation doesn't matter. But more shocking than any other prison law I've seen is that complaints of others cannot be taken into account. What it means is that male inmates cannot be denied cross-sex housing due to complaints by women who do not want to be housed with people with penises or other male sex characteristics. Every other state law on prison housing has simply pretended as though women would not have any concerns. In New York, they figured out that women might have complaints, and they actually built into the law that women's concerns must be actively disregarded.
Wow.
In order for the presumption of placement to be overcome, there has to be a written determination by the commissioner himself that by clear and convincing evidence, which is a very high legal standard in New York State, that the person presents a current danger, not that there's been a pattern of danger, not that any particular crime automatically excludes you. You have to be able to prove there is a current danger of committing gender-based violence against others. Gender isn't defined in the law, and it's clear from other laws in New York State that gender isn't equivalent to sex. So it's completely unknown what is even meant by that. Even worse is that if you're a male inmate who somehow manages to be denied placement in a women's prison under these impossibly high standards of refusal, the law provides that you can grieve that determination and you are entitled to file a claim and to obtain attorney's fees for pursuing these cases. So I raise these details so everyone is aware of the depth of what's being fought on the prison front, that even in the wake of reports of rapes, of pregnancies, of lawsuits against other states, that states are still pushing forward with these laws. They're making them more extreme. And in other arenas outside of the prison issue, we all can see this issue isn't settling down. The high school female athletes just lost an appeal at the Second Circuit, I think yesterday or the day before. Title VII is likely going to be on pause for the foreseeable future, at least for portions of the country. The United Nations isn't sitting back. The independent expert on sexual orientation and gender identity is getting more aggressive, weighing in on pending laws around the world. That office made a submission to Scotland just this week, encouraging them to wholly adopt self-ID in every arena, including for kids, including for lowering the age of medicalization. So my message is we are not at the end. We may not even be at the beginning of the end.
Right.
So my closing words for this live stream today is that as a movement, we have to keep pushing hard. But as individuals, we have to pace ourselves because there's a really long haul against us.
Yeah.
Thank you, Amanda.
Thank you, Amanda.
And I really, first of all, that's insane. That I just want to reinforce what you just said last, that despite rape, despite forced pregnancy, states are pushing forward, housing these men with women with even more force than before. And I think I do underscore also what you said in the sense that I think a lot of us get distracted maybe by some of the successes that we have. Like it's great that JKR is making that female only rape shelter.
Yes.
However, we can't let that distract us from the reality in front of our face, which is what you said, that states are pushing back with even more and more force. And I want to underscore the second thing you said, which is that this is a marathon, not a sprint. We must take care of ourselves. We do not need martyrs in this cause. We need women to stick in it for the long haul. Anyone who feels burnt out, overtired, disheartened, bitter, if you start feeling these symptoms in yourself, retreat, take 2 steps backwards in order to take more steps forwards. It's really important to take those steps back in order to go forward again, because you know, that's what happens when we martyr ourselves by pushing ourselves too hard, is then you simply become depleted and you're not there for the fight the next day. But that fight is going to go on. That fight is always there. And it's not always, it doesn't have to always be your turn to be on the front lines. So I really appreciate that.
And part of the strategy of this agenda that they're pushing, the propaganda that they push on us, this is meant to overwhelm us, to arrest our senses, to make us feel helpless, to make us feel like they are so big and they are so powerful. There's nothing that we can do, and that we might as well just, you know, find something else to do and not think about any of this stuff ever again. Just ignore it. They're banking on that. They are trying to wear us down. They're trying to empty our pockets. They're trying to put our backs against the wall. So we know that we're in this for the long haul. This is the fight of our lives. I am certain that many generations after us will still be fighting this issue, the ramifications of this issue. But we are standing on the shoulders of giants. Women have been resisting the takeover of our reproductive control. Women have been resisting male violence for at least 4,000 years in the historical record. We didn't stop before. We're not stopping now, but we do need to be careful, take care of ourselves, take care of one another, step out when you need to. But Amanda, can you please tell us what we can do to support your work, to support you, because you're taking on so much of this. What can we do if we want to help around the prison issue?
Well, first of all, I would say if you could follow us on Twitter and Facebook. We're much more active on Twitter than Facebook. So hopefully if you're there, you can follow us there. It's Keep Prison Single Sex USA, and it's at noxy_USA, or follow our website if you're not on Twitter, which is usa.kpssinfo.org. There's a section on our website that's called What's New. And whenever there's a new action, whether this law comes alive again in next month or in the spring, later in 2023, we will push something out with information about letter templates, where you can contact state legislatures. Lots of stuff is probably going to be happening in New Jersey in the coming year, and we'll be posting information about that. But I would say, aside from those things, in the prison context, like many others, but for some reason, in particular in the prison context, I think because those women are so invisible, people don't believe this is happening. So the most important thing really is please talk to people about it, and please send them our way. It's so shocking that people find it completely unimaginable. A friend and colleague of mine, Heather Mason, who does this work in Canada, she and I were on a podcast together the other week, and she actually shared that while she was in prison, housed with men, and she told her mother about it, her mother didn't believe it.
Wow.
That's how outrageous this sounds, and that's how hard it is to absorb that this is happening. So that would be my primary ask of people, that if you do end up talking about this if you end up talking about this issue with people, if you're comfortable doing that, please share them information about this. And if they find it hard to believe, please send them to our website. We have case studies up with names, with pictures, with little bios of crimes that the men have committed who are housed with women. So that would be my primary ask. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Amanda, and keep following Amanda and her work. Stay tuned for announcements coming in the future. I know Amanda and I have talked about trying to do some more direct actions around this issue. So stay tuned so that you can get plugged in. And please, when we are trying to organize around the issue of prisons, it's really important that we look to the women who are already doing this work, like Amanda Stuhlman, like Heather Mason, like Amy Ichikawa from Women to Women. Let's look to those women for their leadership, and they will tell us the best way that we can organize our support, because this type of work is very, very sensitive. And if not done with extreme care, our actions could end up harming the incarcerated women. So it's really important that we follow the leadership of women who are at the forefront of organizing on this issue. Thank you so much, Amanda, for being here. You're welcome to stay with us while we wrap everything up, or if you need to go, that's completely fine as well. I want to give Jen and Maria another opportunity to give us any parting thoughts before we go. They've been with us today for a couple hours now. Thank you for being here. They've both shared their speeches at different points in time of the live stream. So the floor is open up to you. If there's anything else you want to say now, you are welcome to say that.
I am so grateful to be among you ladies. Thank you so much, and hope to see you soon.
Thank you, Maria.
I like what you guys were talking about before about giving this stuff a rest, because I do feel like burnt out sometimes, just like looking at this stuff day after day for years now, and it just seems like we're going in circles sometimes. But it's good to, you know, retreat and give it a break. Post pictures of cats instead. Thank you all for having me. It was really great hearing you all.
Thank you, Jen. Thank you, Maria. Jen's also a super stickerer. She's probably put up like hundreds of my stickers around New York City. If you guys do another order, I will send you tons of stickers, because, you know, I always want you to be stocked up. Jen's my sticker ambassador.
I just ordered some during this live stream, but I didn't see any slot to stick. Like when you mentioning Amy or this live stream, I didn't see that option.
Okay, well, I'll make sure that you get hooked up, and any other women that order stickers now during this live stream, or since you saw the live stream, let me know. You might have to do a follow-up email to say that you were on this live stream, or just mention Amy Sousa or Known Heretic, and I will make sure to hook you up, make sure you get tons of stickers so that you've got them in your bag and you're always ready, no matter, you know, sometimes, like Jen said, it gets exhausting. You don't really want to necessarily say something. You can always slap a sticker up. It is a way to voice our dissent, to make a public record of our dissent. So please order stickers. And I
order a lot because they get torn down.
Yeah, order a lot because they get torn down. But they get torn down because this is a very controversial, you know, this is very, this confronts you. When you see the actual language of female erasure all together, I mean, it really sends a powerful message, not just to our detractors to throw it in their face, but to women who aren't aware that this language is being used, or how pervasive it is, or what it means that this language is being used. So thank you for everyone that's listening. Thank you to those who are ordering. Jen and Maria, thank you for being here with us. Thank you for being on the ground with us in New York City. Of course, we'll be seeing each other again, because we've got stuff coming up in 2003, more protests in New York City. Jeanette Cooper, you are still with us. Thank you for being here with us. If you have any parting words, please share them with us.
Sure.
You always have something to add.
Yeah, I think I want to piggyback on some of the things that, you know, Jen was saying. So we're in a movement to humanize ourselves because we're being dehumanized. which means that we have to act like human beings.
Yeah.
We are people deserving of compassion and care. We're deserving of smiles and laughter and all of those things. So as we work, we have to be human, allow ourselves the space to have joy and happiness and all of those things. That doesn't negate anybody else's suffering. And I think that it's so necessary for us to embody that humanness and the things that we're doing. I think when I was in New York City, one of the things that I was trying to convey to the people outside the barricades, and there was one particular young woman that I was looking at quite consistently. I want a young woman to see us as happy people. I want them to think, wow, she has what I want. I want to feel that powerful. I want to be able to carry my sunshine with me. I want to be able to control my emotions in a difficult spot. I want to be able to hug people and smile and do all of those things that human beings do, all of the emotions that come with us, the crying, the anger, and the happiness too. So we have to do that if we're in a movement to humanize ourselves. We have to display that in our actions and our lives and the hours that we spend. We have to care for ourselves. And when we need care and aren't giving it to ourselves, we have to ask others to help. That's something that we deserve, and we have to embody that ourselves. So I think it's super important. We deserve happiness also.
Yeah.
Yes, we do. Absolutely. Thank you, Jeanette. A quick shout out to Joy Gray from Rev Femme Rebellion, who was also with us in New York City. I'm sorry we did not get her here on this call today, but we will make sure to bring her voice in on another live stream in the future. Thank you to all of the women who were there with us in New York City that day. I know there were a number of other women who were there and aren't fully public with their names out there yet, but they did show up that day. They braved the violence and the gauntlet, and they stood with us shoulder to shoulder. So shout out to all the women who cannot yet be named. A shout out as well to our sister Beth Stelzer, the founder of Save Women's Sports. She's been mentioned in the comments several times here. Some of you might not know, Beth was targeted with a lawsuit, and it has been really difficult for her. She's had to retreat a little bit to kind of get herself together and protect herself and her family, but she is still here with us. She is a champ. She has not bowed out. We're still, Amy and I are still connected with her. I know other women are still in contact with her, but let's not forget when a woman like Beth that has done so much incredible work, just because her face isn't out in front all the time anymore, doesn't mean that she isn't still here with us. And shout out to her and all the work that she has done to popularize this issue and pave the way for so many of the rest of us to be heard. She personally lifted me up and helped to platform my voice many times. Thank you to her. Thank you to all the women who have organized the Speakers Corners tour in their cities, wherever they were, and anyone who has been organizing other events outside the Speakers Corner tour, everyone who has been speaking out on social media in their daily lives, taking a risk at work, fighting to protect your children, fighting to protect yourself and your personal sovereignty and autonomy. Hats off to all of you. Pinwheel Art, I see you here in the comments. Thank you for the work you did with Miami. Thank you for everything that you do. Her stickers are beautiful as well. She's an artist. Check out her stickers. Sky, I see you here. We know that you're a grandma as well. Sarah, thank you for being here. Thank you for the donation that you gave earlier. Spiky Turf, thank you always for being here. Jay from Partners for Ethical Care, thank you for being here and all the work that you have been doing for the event that's going to be coming up on April 20th in Austin, Texas. It's bigger than Texas, exposing the gender industry in America. An incredible lineup organized by Partners for Ethical Care. Go to their website where you can donate and also buy a ticket for yourself or gift one to someone else who is in the area. Please make sure you're keeping abreast of that event that's coming up swiftly. Thank you to Jamie, to Lindsay Piccolo. Hi, sister. Thank you for being here. You've got Turf Mail. Anna, thank you for being here. Donna Lambert from Partners for Ethical Care. Thank you for all of the work that you do. Thank you for being here. Jamie. Also, who else do we have in the chat? There were so many women.
Rex Landy was here. Stone the Crone was here.
Anung Ikwe, thank you for being here always. Thank you for all of
Natasha,
this
Fair
support.
Isle Cat, Chicana Feminist, Beatrix, Kid Video, Organic Turf, Eliza, S.
I also saw Gay Chapman was in the chat at the very beginning. So of course, Gay is the owner of After Ellen. It's a holdout for lesbians. So if you're a lesbian and you're looking for a lesbian space where they still acknowledge you as an adult female homosexual, please follow Gay Chapman's work with After Ellen. Thank you.
Peach, Connie, Vanesqua.
Yes, Connie Hahn. Shout out to Connie and all the work that she did to make the Philadelphia Speakers Corner so successful, and the other work that she has been doing to organize against the gender clinics down in Pennsylvania. Thank you to all of you, and thank you especially to Amy Sousa for hosting this space, for using her platform and her voice to lift up the rest of us. Some of us who, some people don't have any followers or aren't out there trying to gain followers, but are speaking on this issue. And Amy has opened up her platform for all of us to jump onto and have our voices heard. It's really important that we all be working together and lifting each other up. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kay Yang, for your attitude. I think that the way that you are in the world is an absolute inspiration, and I hope that we can all model it. Thank you for your analysis, and thank you for your bravery in being a whistleblower against a massive movement that at one time you were working for. Your courage in putting your face out there this year has been incredible, and there are so many good things coming next year. For anyone who is still in the chat, there is a massive organized international event being planned. If you would like to be part of this event, then do go to stopfemaleerasure.com, where you can sign up on that homepage. If you just go to this regular stopfemaleerasure.com without the shop part, you can sign up if you want to be part of a coordinated, massive, large-scale international event. That is something we will keep you posted about. So I thank you.
Lots of big announcements coming for 2023. So hang in there with us. If you go to the Women's Declaration meetings, I'm going to be giving a presentation on the morning of January 7th, talking about the United Nations. I'm really going to be breaking it down so that all of us can get proficient. It's not just for Kay Yang to talk about the United Nations. It's for all of us to be talking about and exposing them. So I'm going to open up my knowledge to get that out there to the rest of you so that we can each become experts in what they're doing to us, so we can point the finger at these people, point it up at them, and show everybody who is doing this to us, who is forcing this on society, on our children, and who is forcing this misogynistic ideology on the women of the world, especially in other places that do not have the same rights and access that we do here in America. Vulnerable women's lives are at stake, and we will continue to point at the United Nations, at the World Economic Forum, at their collusion with global governments who are organizing together to take away women's rights all around the world. We're going to keep coming together across our differences. We're going to keep working through our conflicts, having those difficult conversations. And also when it suits us, we're not going to have those conversations. We're just going to put our nose to the ground and do what we need to do. Even if we don't agree about some stuff, we don't always need to agree. We need to keep our shared goals in mind. So please go out there, get your stickers, record your public record of dissent, put it everywhere, let people know what's happening. Because just like Amanda Stuhlman said, so many people have no idea that these things are going on. They don't know that women are being housed with males in prison. They are shocked. They don't believe it when they hear it. So it's up to us to go out there and spread this message and make sure everyone knows what's happening and how they can fight back.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you, everyone, for being here. We're going to end this broadcast. Thank you all so much. Good night.